If everyone can be seated, we're going to be starting shortly, please. Thank you. Are we good? Yeah, we just didn't see. Oh, here she comes. Ah, gotcha. Thank you. All right. Everyone set? Good evening, and welcome to the regularly scheduled Bonsall Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting for the month of November. We'll start with a roll call and the establishment of our quorum with our student board rep at the end.
Present.
Eric Ortega here.
Pascal Lapoire here.
Roger Murchat here.
Michael Gaddis here.
And Larissa Anderson here. And if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Isla, do you mind leading us in that? Thank you. Prior to convening here in open session, the board met in closed session where we considered the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, transfer, dismissal of employees, Government Code 54957, discussed position regarding collective bargaining with the Bonsall Teachers Association, the California School Employees Association, Chapter 703, in order to direct the superintendent as chief negotiator in the matter of BTA and CSEA contracts. That's Government Code 3549.1. Talked about public employee performance evaluation per Government Code 54957, the superintendent evaluation, and conference with legal counsel regarding potential litigation, Government Code 54956.9 in one matter. That brings us to the approval of the current agenda. As we move on to that, the board also has been informed of a pending resignation for one of our board members. As such, we will add an action item to tonight's agenda to approve this provisional appointment process, including the application and timeline for appointment. Is there a motion to approve the addition of this item as 10.18 to tonight's agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Then bringing us to the actual approval of the current agenda. Is there a motion to approve the current agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Then bringing us to the minutes from the regular meeting of October 9th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Brings us now to our reports. Do we have anybody here from any of our parent groups? PTA, Ping? Fantastic. Ms. Lee Ung, come on up. Always great to have you here. Looking forward to your report.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Okay. Do we have any? There they are. Thank you so much, Christian. I appreciate it. I want to draw your attention to our upcoming Hope for the Holidays. It is our Gently Used, a new toy drive, which will be held on Saturday, December 6th, right here in the Bonsall Community Center. The drop-off days for that will be the week before, December 1st through 5th, at each school site this year. And again, we're collecting toys, books, crafts, kits, sports equipment, and more to support local Bonsall families. Donated items, of course, should be clean and in good condition, ensuring that every child gets something special. And if you want to volunteer, hopefully you can see it, Juliana Hesselgesser at gmail.com. Give her a shout out. Next, just a quick tentative update on our golf tournament. We have a tentative date of Saturday, May 16th, 1 p.m. again at the Golf Club of California. But look for more information on that in the new year. So the biggest thing I want to talk about is our car show wrap-up. We held that on October 25th. And this year, we made around $6,000 for the College and Career Center. It was our 4th annual one, and we're getting better and better as we go. We can sell even, or we can make even more money if anybody wants to buy our remaining t-shirts at $20 a pop. So we hope that you, if you do want to, Crystal is happy to make that sale for you anytime. An event like this doesn't just come together. It takes months of planning, even after several years. And Tara and I are very grateful to the captain of our BHS car show ship, as it were. That's Crystal Dents. I think our first meeting this year was in February, and Crystal and Tara both visited many other car shows to help market ours, meet new vendors and car registrants. And that kind of connecting takes a long time. It's not just passing out the flyers, it's actually meeting people and talking to them. And of course, some people might say, where is Bonsall? Because we still do get that. Anyway, we had the cars, the vendors, musical performances by the students, music. We did a tour of the schoolhouse, which was very well attended. And as I said, we do feel like we're getting better as we go. But we're most proud of the relationships we've made through our partnerships with area car clubs, and they love what we're doing here. So that makes us feel really good. We're very especially thankful to Jim Ramsey of 5150 Rat Rods. He's sitting right there, and we're going to be talking with him later. Steve Shapiro of the Fallbrook Vintage Car Club and the Fallbrook Shafters as well. A surprise to us this year was that Jim went to businesses outside of Fallbrook to look for sponsorships, people we'd never spoken to before, and got their financial support, helping us get it to that $6,000 mark. So again, Jim, thank you so much for helping our Bonsall School community. We'd also like to thank, of course, our car registrants and our vendors. We got overwhelmingly positive feedback from them. Ms. Pecor and the middle school choirs, Mrs. Costa for her creative movement class performances, Mrs. Rojo and Mrs. Carcamo for their the students' ballet folklorico performances. Without those families coming, it's just not an exciting event. You need those families to come, and so that's really the heart of the day. Lisa Flaherty of the Bonsall Skate Park Coalition, she made our dash blacks for us. BHS staff who came to work the event, Kara Starkweather, Lauren Sanchez, Taylor Robinson, Heather Hoden. And of course, plus we had support from Dr. Golly and Mr. Williams. Thank you so much. Our BHS ASB students and all the student volunteers, clean up, set up everything. Bonsall Elementary School for hosting us again. All the BEF board members came out to work the event, and of course facility staff who supported us throughout the day. So we've calculated over the 4 years, we've made over $18,000 for the College and Career Center at Bonsall High School, and we're very proud of that. So next year will be the 5th annual, so I'm sure we'll start planning for that in January or February. Okay, and then the last thing I want to talk about is the Bonsall Bridge celebration that just happened this past weekend. I wanted to take a moment to talk about how special it was, the commemoration itself at the bridge, which I had never been to, the fun run, the car show, our small student art collection, and the activities at the schoolhouse. I must tell you that when I heard that the Bonsall Women's Club, the Fallbrook Gem and Mineral Society, the Fallbrook Historical Society, and the Questers were all going to be in the schoolhouse awaiting people to come in so that they could talk about their organizations, I kind of got a little nervous because all the activities of the day were happening over here and the schoolhouse is way over here. And, we made a couple announcements. I went over there after the run was done, and it was packed, and everybody was thrilled. There were 13 volunteers in there. I think 7 women from the Bonsall Women's Club, and then 2 from each of the other organizations. They wanted me to create a little something about the schoolhouse in case they were to act as docents in the building, and they just loved it. My biggest issue was that I had to clean the schoolhouse beforehand. And as you might, be aware, like there's no weather stripping on the doors and the windows, so it can get really dusty. And it was. And the other thing I had to deal with was it had been a couple years since I'd cleaned the curtains. So I took those home, and the ones that are on the south side fell apart in the washing machine. So we will be making some new curtains in the new year as well. Anyway, again, everybody was thrilled at the turnout in there. I've never seen it so packed, and kids very happy. I ran into Dr. Golly in there, and she remarked over the connections that people were making and the different generations that were there. And it reminded me of something that President Anderson said during her commemoration speech at the bridge about connecting heritage to horizon, the past meeting the present. And I was grateful because I got to see that in action at the schoolhouse that day. The refrain that I heard from many people, was something like, I've driven by here for years and I've always wondered what it looked like in here. Or I've driven by here for years and I always wanted to go. And so we had some amazing feedback, and it was a great day for the community, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other PTA organizations that are in the room that I'm not seeing? Okay. I'm always happy to have our parent organizations report. Thank you again, Ms. Leung, for all you do for our community. That brings us to our labor reports. Bonsall Teachers Association, Ms. Ariano.
I just wanted to say, how lucky are we to have Jennifer Leung in our community? She is a local treasure, and I'm very happy to be part of her friend group. Pod Squad. Okay. I wanted to tell the board that we are starting negotiation season, and we are very optimistic that we will continue in the spirit that has led us for the last few years, that keeps the eyes on the prize, which is keeping and attracting and retaining quality teachers, because if we don't have quality educators, nothing that anyone in this room is doing is all meaningless, right? So thank you guys, and I think that we're going to be productive and collaborative. I wanted to share that I have been taking a small tour of other board meetings in North County, and we are truly a very special place. And we'd like to, and that's because of the collaborative spirit, and that everyone, I think that here, serving on the board, serving in the district office, serving as union leaders, we value our kids, and we know that we're here for the right reasons. It's not like an ego stroke. It's about making this a fantastic school district for our students. And as long as we all keep that in mind, I think it'll all work out. Not the case in some of our neighboring communities. It's a pretty wild ride out there. You guys should go and see. I was quite shocked. We have a lot of decorum here in Bonsall, grateful to say. So other than that, I will report back in December. Thank you for all that you do. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ariano. Ms. Starkweather for CSEA, please.
That felt good. Thank you, guys. I just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do for us. It's going to be very short tonight. I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving coming up, and that's about all I have to say at this time. Thank you again, everybody.
Loving the community spirit in the room. That brings us to our management reports. Do we have an order for our principals? So Bonsall Elementary School, Ms. Fortney.
Good evening, board. Dr. Golly, Gina. we had a lot going on over the last couple of months. That is our Bonsall bear there that shows up at our Leader in Me rallies. The kids take turns being the Bonsall bear because it gets a little warm inside the bear. But they're really sweet. They dance and keep the kids entertained while we're waiting. And so just wanted to show off that Bonsall bear. Okay. So much going on. We had our Monster Mash. And I believe, let's see, they raised a little over $22,000 at the Monster Mash. Really exciting. Teachers getting dunked. I worked the ticket table for 4 hours, and it just never stopped. It was just people coming in constantly. You can see Mr. Prechtel down there. He was put in jail. I was put in jail for the very first time in 7 years. I have never been put in jail, but I was put in jail twice. Mr. Prechtel and I were in jail together. So that was our Monster Mash. And going along with the same lines, we had our annual literary pumpkins, which I know, Larissa, you love seeing every year, but you were unable to make it. Those are just a couple. Those are just 3 that I picked out. There were so many good ones. The Very Hungry Caterpillar there, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Pete the Cat. The students just get really creative, and they get a little ticket, and every student gets to vote for their favorite, and then the students receive scholastic dollar prizes for placing. I kind of went out of order in these things here. Let's see. So the Glow Party down there, that goes along with our Jogathon. That was for students who raised a certain amount of money. PTA brings in a DJ and paints kids' faces, and it's really loud. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear it over here because it is really loud and exciting, and the kids love it. So I'm actually going to go forward to our Jogathon. Speaking of our Jogathon, I'm just going to skip forward to a couple pictures here. It was a jungle theme. That's the whole theme for our PTA this year. And our Jogathon raised over $80,000, which is the most. It's a record. So just in the 2 events that the PTA has held this year, they've raised over $100,000, and it all goes back to support our students and our staff. So we're very grateful for them for that. Okay, going backwards, and backwards. So we just, Red Ribbon Week this year is probably the most fabulous Red Ribbon Week I have ever seen, thanks to our counselor Megan and our leadership teacher Sam Stein. The theme was, nationally, the theme was Life is a Puzzle, Solve It Drug-Free. So there was a door decorating contest, and Dr. Golly was a judge in the door decorating contest, and it was hard. It was really hard. So these are just a few. I know that the life can be puzzling, drugs just don't fit. Those are pieces of puzzles that were colored by students and then put together. That was one of our winners. Also the one with the teacher, Miss Golden there, has her head on the skeleton. Her pumpkin was all math puzzles. So they were math problems, and the students had to solve the math problems, then put the puzzles together. And the Pac-Man was just fun. But so there was a couple spirit days. You see here, this is Dress as Your Future Profession. This is actually down on the left here, Robert Miller. He is Mr. Miller, our 5th grade teacher's son in TK, and he's going to be a paleontologist. So we had doctors, also our little friend up there at the top, he wants to work at Target. We had lots of police officers, people that want to be Padres, and it was really cute to see the kids show up. And so many kids participated. Oftentimes we just get a handful of students participating, but so many kids participated. What they really participated in was Dress Like Your Teacher Day. So my favorite one is this student, Scott, that dressed like our custodian, Ricky, down there in the bottom right-hand corner. But students came dressed up as their teachers. Up at the top left-hand corner, that's Mrs. Kaufman. She's a kindergarten teacher. The two girls at the top, they're Mrs. Rojas. You'll always see her with a hat on in the afternoon or her glasses on her head. It's so sweet how creative they get and how they just notice small details that they add to the ones that dress like Mrs. Chic. They even put a little fake nose ring in their nose. And so it was really, really cute. It was fun to see the participation for that one as well. We covered our jogathon. I'm going to move into, actually, I'm going to come back to that. I know that this evening Dr. Pendleton's going to be giving a presentation on some data and CASP scores. These are BES CASP scores for last year. Thank you, Dr. Pendleton, for putting this, this table together for us. So it looks over the scores for the last 2 years. The students who were in 3rd grade in 2023 and 2024 were the students who were in 4th grade last year. So that's how we compare those cohorts. But then just the straight 3rd grade, they're different cohorts of students. And I've been talking to Dr. Pendleton a lot about this. We have new math curriculum this year, and we can see that, and we also know nationally and statewide there aren't a lot of gains in math and regression in math as well. We are hoping with our new adoption that can fill in some gaps. I know as a staff, I shared with you last year that we spent a lot of time looking at our math data with iReady. So this year, and starting next week for the first time, you can see that our 4th grade took a dip in math. So I am I'm working with 4th grade next week for a whole day, a pull-out day where they have subs, and we are going to comb through the curriculum. And I've already been cheating with ChatGPT and asking, I really want to give ChatGPT a name. I really want to give my ChatGPT a name because I use it so much. But asking ChatGPT to align the CASP with the Eureka 2 math, and it really is helping map out what month should be, certain things should be covered in order for when May 1st rolls around, the students should be ready. It also tells us what areas are really going to be heavily tested. We were talking about this yesterday. So that's 4th grade and I are going to spend a whole day just going over last year, moving forward, how can we improve, and what do we need to do to support our students. We're going to do it with 3rd and 4th grade, and also with partnering with the Irvine Math Project, which I know, Dr. Pendleton, you're going to talk about too, right? Okay. So as we move into our season of gratitude, I have some thank yous. We had a rough September. We had a rough week. We had 3 students. I'm going to try really hard not to cry. We had 3 students lose parents and a family lose their child all within 5 days. And so I'm thankful that the board had given us the opportunity by signing agreements with Love on a Leash. And I know that you all recognized this last month, but I feel that I need to recognize it as well. Love on a Leash was amazing for our students. They're coming again tomorrow. So our counselor, Megan, has been working with them to kind of get them coming on a regular basis. Elizabeth Hospice, thank you for signing an agreement with them. They have been so wonderful. They are doing grief groups at our school regularly, every week. Parents opted in, certain families opted in for their children to receive support through Elizabeth Hospice. 2 huge thank yous go out to Megan, our counselor. She's down there at the bottom. I don't know what character she is. Lilo, Stitch, one of the 2. I know my children are older now, so I don't think I've ever even seen that movie. It's her first real year being a counselor with us. She came towards the end of the year last year, and she has, with her whole heart, poured herself into supporting all of our students who have gone through difficult situations this year, and connecting with the families. She and I connect with all the families together, just ensuring that they all have what they need, offering anything that we can to the families affected. Mrs. Zamora and her students I think I've shared before that as a staff, we vote for a classified and certificated employee of the month each month, and our own staff chooses that, and they get their own parking spot for a month. But the staff recognized Mrs. Zamora this month, and it was very touching, and that's her class, and her class deserve huge recognition, because this has definitely not been an easy time. Our PTA has been instrumental in supporting all of our families that have gone through difficult times recently. They brought in beads for kids to make bracelets. They've brought in rocks to paint. Eventually we're going to get around to doing adding to our butterfly garden with rocks. So they have been extremely supportive to our families as well. So I just want to thank you guys for supporting us through people like Love on a Leash and Elizabeth Hospice. And last week or 2 weeks ago, Jim Desmond at his adjournment honored our student that passed away. So they sent the video over, and I just wanted to play that really quick. Yeah, is it not working? Oh, there it goes.
The Bonsall Elementary School and our community are mourning 8-year-old Raiden James Serino, who passed away on September 27th after an unexpected medical emergency. Raiden was a third grader, known for his humor, his kindness, his love, and he is being hailed now as a local He's being hailed now as a local hero for giving the gift of life. He left an everlasting impact through organ donations, saving 5 lives, including a 4-year-old girl in Colorado and an 8-year-old girl in Southern California. His father, Michael, described Raiden as a loving brother and a generous child who dreamed of becoming everything from a YouTuber to a paleontologist. The Bonsall School and the community have rallied around the Serino family in support and remembrance, honoring Raiden's legacy of compassion and love. Though his time with us was very short, the world is brighter for having known him, and let us carry his spirit in our hearts. Our sincere condolences go out to Raiden's loving family, his friends, and the Bonsall community. May he rest in peace.
So I was contacted by Jim Desmond's office and asked if I could contact the family, and they were humbled and honored that they honored Raiden at their adjournment at their meeting. So with that being said, again, a deep thank you for everything. We are using all the resources that you all have given to us to offer to our students, particularly the ones that have lost their parents, as well as Raiden's sister, who's a 5th grader. So just thank you very much for that. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. That brings us to our middle school report. Ms. Angela James.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. Thank you. That was very touching. Thank you, Mrs. Fortney, for your leadership and all the things that you do. I know that your perseverance with your students really helped kind of mirror that of what we had, some of the students and the siblings and friends that were affected at Sullivan too. So thank you so much for your leadership. Okay, Sullivan Middle School. As I present Sullivan and Bonsall High School, first I want to thank you for the opportunity to share an update on this incredible work happening at both Sullivan Middle School and Bonsall High School, home of the Wildcats and Legionnaires. At SMS and BHS, our focus remains steadfast, creating a learning environment where every student feels a sense of belonging, believes in their abilities, and is supported to achieve at high levels. This year, our staff has continued to elevate instruction, strengthen relationships, and expanded opportunities for students both academically and socially aligned with our district's Belong, Believe, Achieve
vision, and our learner profile. Tonight, I'm excited to highlight the progress we've made, celebrate the collaborative efforts of our teachers and support staff, and showcase the way both of our schools have continued to grow as resilient learners, empathetic collaborators, and engaged community members. So as you see on this first slide, Sullivan Middle School recently celebrated a vibrant cultural night and a fun-filled Halloween dance. And you can also see, every year I always make the staff dress up. So this year we did Wizard of Oz. As you can see, Mr. Prechtel not just being thrown in jail, he was also pretending to be a tornado that would sweep us all away. His shirt says, "I'm pretending to be a tornado." You can't really read it. And then our math teacher, of course, is 6'7", right? That's been the 6'7". But the rest of us, I do have to thank my office staff, always partakes in my shenanigans, as I was Galinda, and then, of course, you know, we have the rest of the cast that was up there. And we also have a yellow brick road that welcomed the students to Sullivan front door and then to the high school. So I have some more of those. You'll see the high school in their fabulous attire as well. So with our culture, I also want to highlight, we have our very own Miss Carmen, who's one of our campus assistants, wanted to show off her culture from El Salvador and was really partaking in this every single year. She gets so excited. She's trying to talk me to bring my Costa Rica. I said, but I'm not from there, right? But she is so proud of her heritage and sharing her experience, but really listening to our students and being there to really support all of our staff and students. So huge thank you and shout out to her. So Sullivan students, again this year, we shine at the Padre game. We had an incredible honor of performing at the national anthem at Petco Park before San Diego Padres game. Standing tall in the field, our Wildcats proudly represented Sullivan and the Bonsall community, filling the stadium with their voices and spirit. We also sold out another section this year with about 300 students and parents who decided to stay, which that was the night we actually won and went to. It went to like 13 innings, so we were all super tired the next day, but it was such a celebration. It was so much fun, and Andrea was with me there the whole time. I said, okay, if we're tired tomorrow, yeah, we have an excuse, right? This once-in-a-lifetime experience showcased the talent, hard work, and dedication of our students who practiced diligently to prepare for the big moment. Families, staff, and community members cheered them on, celebrating not only their performance, but also the pride that we brought to our school. We're so proud of our students for sharing their voices on such a grand stage and reminding us all of the importance of teamwork, courage, and community. Oops. Lastly, in the upper corner, if you take a look at that, Mrs. Janikowski leads the Veterans Day letter writing contest. So her brother serves in the military. So one year we wrote all the letters and sent them to everybody there. But this year we have our very own Miss Itzel, who's one of our employees and is also a veteran. So the winner was able, you can see her in the middle where she presented her letter and drew a beautiful picture for Miss Itzel. But she does this letter writing every year. And in honor of Veterans Day, Sullivan Middle School students participated in a Veterans Day letter writing contest to express their gratitude and for the courage and sacrifices of those who have served our country. Students wrote heartfelt letters, sharing their appreciation and reflections on the meaning of service and freedom. We are proud to announce that Samaí Vasquez was selected as the winner of this year's contest. She had the special honor of reading her letter aloud to our very own veteran, Itzel Wallace, during our school's Veteran Day recognition. It was a touching and memorable moment that reminded everyone the power of gratitude and community. So to kind of dive in right after all that with data, some exciting news that I have for Sullivan as which I did not think it was possible, but we did. We decreased our chronic absenteeism by 0.8%, so we were down this year to 1.3% for our chronically absent students. So talk about belonging. Students are feeling like they belong at Sullivan, which this is quite the accomplishment. Our students are thriving, but really a testament to our whole staff at Sullivan by welcoming our students. We've got music, I can tell you, between Miss Barb, Miss Laura, myself, Miss Suedos out there high-fiving, fist-bumping all the students when they come in and on campus. It's working. So if you see in 23, we were at 6%. 2024, We decreased to 2.1, and this year we are at 25 at 1.3%. So I'm super excited about that. But then I broke it down, looked at specific groups, because we've been focusing our American Indian and our long-term English learners. If you remember, and I'm going to bring this up again, last year we decided to mentor. We took our English learners and said, hey, teachers, staff, can you pick one student and mentor them? So we look at our math, language arts, and then our chronic absenteeism. You can see that our American Indian declined by 2.8%, so they're at a total of 15.4. And then our long-term English learners increased by 0.5, but we're still at a 3.6 chronically absenteeism. So even with our focus, again, what we're doing, we're seeing the results of this. Some of the other highlights we have are English language arts. All of our students, so we're in the green. We've increased overall as a school 14.7 points. Bless you. A number of students are, again, our focus, American Indians, we increased by 67.8 points, which is amazing. And then our long-term English learners, 32.1. To scoot on over to math, you can see, again, we're at 48.5 points below standard, but again, as I know Ms. Fortney had talked about too, and I know that Dr. Pendleton will speak to it as well, this is a challenge that we have nationwide, but we also decided what we were looking at was let's pick our specific students and start doing interventions. So you could see it's a decline by 3.3, but if you look at our American Indian, we increased points by 19.1, and then long-term English learners 15.1. Now, what I didn't show up here is I know that our focus needs to be our special education students, so that'll be our next. I mean, we have been focusing on, but as far as a laser focus on how we can bring more supports for them. And then lastly, science, or the other one, science we have, we're in green, which is 63.5% points. And we've increased by 2.7 from last year. So that's pretty incredible considering, you know, sometimes when they come in at 6th grade, we're not sure about their science level, but really pushing science 7th and 8th grade. And then our English learners, we've increased by 18.1 points. So that's a great opportunity. And then as far as the upcoming events we have for Sullivan, we've got our Rawhide Ranch Showcase, which is happening for all of our students. That's this Friday. We also have our Saturday Academy that we're doing both at middle and high school, 7:45 to 11:45 this Saturday. And then our upcoming events, we had the Wildcat Luncheon, we have our school site council, and the ELAC meeting, our Thanksgiving break, which I know everybody's excited for, our Roar Awards, and then our Fallbrook Christmas Parade. We have both Sullivan and Bonsall High School there. One of my favorite pictures, I'll just point out at the very bottom, this is at our cultural night, and he's been, my little friend there, he's been trying to teach me Spanish. For some reason, won't stick, but every day he tries. And I said, I really appreciate your perseverance. So I had to get a picture with him in the group. Okay, Bonsall High School. We kicked things off with a vibrant culture night where students and families shared food, music, traditions, and performances that highlighted the rich diversity within our Legionnaire community. It was a beautiful evening of learning from one another and celebrating the cultures that make BHS so special. We are so grateful to welcome the Fallbrook Sheriff's Department, as you see in the upper left-hand corner, who joined us on campus to build positive relationships with students and support our ongoing efforts to ensure a safe, connected, and school environment. And then to wrap up the month, our students embraced a fun Halloween dress-up day, showing off creative costumes. You can also see the staff in the middle. I just want to point out some of the people in the audience too. They were the apps on the phone. So you can see Miss Crystal, you can see Miss Kara, you can see Mrs. Hoden up there. It was pretty creative, right? They're doing the little hearts and the thumbs up for liking. Together, these events showcase the strong sense of belonging, pride, and partnership that defines Bonsall High School. So I had to give one slide specifically to our volleyball team. What an accomplishment. Quite an amazing thing. So I thought they deserved their whole slide, right? So we also want to thank, if you look at that, the very top one, we had our CSUSM women's volleyball team visit Bonsall High School volleyball girls to cheer them on. And that was the evening, not only our senior night, but we also solidified as CIF League champions. So it was an exciting night. You can see in the upper right-hand corner where all the students, we had one more. They're holding up the number one. They had one more volley or one more point to get, and then they ended up scoring. So with that, everybody ran on the, you can see, I kind of put this in a story format, right? You can see on the very bottom where everybody ran on the field. And then some of the great spikes and plays that the girls had, and then our seniors, you can see in the middle. Some of them have already been accepted. Miss Ulu is accepted into the University of Hawaii. And that was announced that evening as well. So it was an exciting night. I have to say we had record breaking. It was 3 seat deep in for parents and students. The colleges were there. Many of our students were on the stage all the way back to the end. I was standing up against the wall because there was no room. But it was quite a unique and an amazing night for our girls as they went on to the championship. But anyway, I digress. So it was a thrilling night, and a huge thank you to Coach Collar, who really brought the community, the team spirit, and I have to say a huge thank you and shout out to her and the girls, because I have never seen such a bigger crowd, and that it was so loud, and my ears were still ringing the next morning. So it just was such an event, and it was a magical experience. It was great, and like I said, that's the girls and Coach Collar really for bringing that to the high school, and I believe that was probably the first time we had packed house. So it was very exciting. The next one, everybody needs to come, right? Okay, for college and career. So Bonsall High School students explored careers at the Manufacturing Expo on Saturday, September 30th, where they attended as part of our career and technical education. Students had the opportunity to explore hands-on exhibits, meet with local industry professionals, and learn about career pathways in advanced manufacturing, engineering, and technology. This event gave students valuable insights into real-world applications of what they're learning in class and inspired many to think about future careers in high-demand technical fields. So if you see in the bottom right, all of us are standing there we had a Future Forward Family Night, which we offered from 6th grade all the way through 12 to learn about A through G, to learn about college and career, and just meet some of our career industries. And this was a big part too. We had such a huge success. Miss Crystal was also in charge of this, along with Miss Lauren, our school counselor, but it would not have kicked off or been as big with all these community members involved if really Crystal hadn't taken lead on that. So thank you very much to Crystal and the team for setting this up. We also had, you can see our students there, ASB students, and everybody else helping with this. But it was filled with students and families eager to explore college, career, and life readiness opportunities. The evening featured engaging presentations, interactive booths, and hands-on sessions that help students connect their passions to real-world pathways. Families had the opportunity to learn more about early college, CTE, academy pathways, and resources to help every student plan for life and beyond high school. We were so proud to see our staff and students and the community partners come together to support our shared vision and preparing our Legionnaires to be future ready, academically, socially, and professionally. A huge thank you to our community members, Mrs. Sanchez, Ms. Crystal, and student volunteers for making the night both informative and inspirational, and to all the families who joined us to celebrate our students' bright futures. All right, some of our data, if you can look at the Bonsall High School. So our graduation rate, super excited about this. You can see that it's grown to 90.1% this year. We started in 23 to 70. 24 was 84.5, and this year 25, 90.1, which is outstanding. So we have more students who are engaging in opportunities, taking advantage of this, but ultimately graduating from high school. We also have our students, when you take a look at they're prepared for college and career ready, prepared 64.8%. So the reason I put the chart on the other side was you can see that From class of 24, we went from 46.4 in the green, so as it goes up, it gets higher, to 25.3, and the students are moving up, so we have more students, where that's where we ended with the 64.8% versus the 39.3%. So you can see in each bandwidth that we are moving the students up and really reaching those goals for our students. Again, some highlights that we have from English and math, and again, I know that Dr. Pendleton will be going over this. So we're in the orange for the English. We declined by 25.1. However, our English learners, some highlights of this, they've increased by 14.9 points. Our students, it's designated as white, but it's 49.5 points. And then our socioeconomically disadvantaged increased by 6.7. The other ones I didn't put on here as far as like our American Indian, because if you have the lesser amount of students, it's not counted as a significant group. So the math, again, comparing the same group of students, English learners at 26.5, increase in scores, white students 25.9, and socioeconomically disadvantaged at 21.4. We are with math in the red. We declined a little bit. However, focus points and interventions that we can work on and move through. We are, like Mrs. Fortney said, we also have the Language Arts has a release day tomorrow that they're going to be working through some data, our RIGHT score, which is a new program that we've been looking at to really help us, as Isla's shaking her head, right, because she took the assessment. But we're gonna be taking a look, really kind of diving deep into the writing and what are we doing to kind of vertically align 9, 10, 11, 12, and we're supporting. And then I also have the middle and high school collaborating together. How are we supporting now 6 through 12? And that vertical alignment. So really doing that work, we've already started, but continuing that work throughout the school year and beyond. And then lastly, all students as far as our EL, we are in the orange. 44% are making progress, and you can see I put up their graph again, 24 to 25. We are making gains in each band width, so decreasing from 20 to 19.4%, but then increasing the next bandwidth of 36.1%. Then the 8.3, and then again overall 36.1. So we are seeing growth, small wins, but I'll take a small win, right? 1%. All right, lastly, I got a picture of the car show. There were so many, and I know Dr. Ghali is going to go over it. But again, the culture night was a huge success. And then we also had, the students had their homecoming. It recently hosted kicked off the week with spirited dress-up days, lunchtime activities, and friendly competitions that brought excitement across campus. Our homecoming games and festivities showcased the energy of our Legionnaires, with families and staff coming together to cheer on our students. The celebration concluded with a fun and well-attended homecoming dance, Moonlight Magic, where students enjoyed music, dancing, and time with friends in a positive and welcoming environment. And then the big picture at the bottom, my cheeks hurt because I was laughing so hard that evening. Our seniors they're a force to be reckoned with. Some of our students and staff came together for an evening of fun and learning during Bonsall High School's Banned Books to celebrate National Banned Books Week. We did a Banned Books Trivia Night in the library, and participants tested their knowledge of classic and contemporary books that had faced challenges throughout history, sparking thoughtful conversations. The event blended friendly competition with meaningful discussions and reminding everyone that reading widely helps us think critically and see the world through different perspectives. A big thank you to our BSH staff for hosting such an inspirational and engaging night. I think. And lastly, what I'd like to bring, we had our sheriff, Fallbrook Sheriff, come and sponsor and really speak with our students. We've got early explorers opportunities for our students, and they put out little trinkets. Kids came over and just had some really good conversations with them. And it was nice to have them on campus. I do have to say, they posted us on, I almost called it Twitter, X, right, for the event, and said they were just so impressed by Sullivan and Bonsall High School. They said the kids are so well behaved. Oh my gosh, this was great. We can't wait to come back. They're actually going to give a parent night in January for one of our parent universities. So they're going to speak to our parents just about some local things going on and what to look for as far as social media, or even some of the potential, issues, drugs, things like that with teens. So they're going to give that presentation to our parents in January. And then I want to give a shout out to, we had our affinity group meeting, and a shout out to Ms. Starr and some of our students that you can see there. Also Greg Henschliff and Dom, who helped participate in this, and then Dr. Pendleton for helping set this up. We had a group of other schools come to our school to find out what we're doing to help support our American Indian learners. So brought together the community partners and created how, the students spoke about how we're creating a culture and being supportive for them, but really having real conversations of what we could do better. So I know they've reached out a couple different times. Can we come back and we see things? So that's exciting that our students are getting recognized for the work that they're doing and really reaching out and becoming leaders in our community and in our state, because they've presented at the state level as well. All right, and lastly, so we've got, again, the Academy this Saturday. I want to get a shout out to Greg. He's got speech and debate all of the time, right? He's got more speech and debate tournaments this coming weekend. And then we have mock trial, our Linluck meeting, Thanksgiving break. We have our Christmas parade. And then we also have our fall production of Frankenstein, which is going to be happening December 11th through December 13th. I will be sending out a flyer. I'm not sure that that's made yet. But lastly, I want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Greg Henschliff again for being not only Teacher of the Year, but San Diego Teacher, and then it was obviously announced as one of the finalists for the Teacher of the Year for State of California. But you can see all the things that he's involved in really leading Bonsall High School, and a lot of the initiatives and things that we're doing, and students feel overly supported, right? Super supported by him. So he's just one of our cornerstones at Bonsall High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James, and Ms. Fortney again for such wonderful reports. Always nice to hear what's going on at our sites. That brings us now to our superintendent report.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Ms. McInerney. It is difficult to follow those incredible reports. I'm going to start, since it's November, with echoing some of what we heard there with gratitude, okay? Gratitude for the leaders that we have on our campuses, because their jobs are so incredibly complex. And what you heard tonight was a snapshot of what they are doing at their sites with their incredible staff members and whole community and parents and everyone else. It is such a pleasure to hear some of what is happening at our sites, and I hope you felt that too. I'm really excited that tonight we're going to have some recognition, so I appreciate everybody here in the audience. We're going to get to those in just a moment, and I want to start with my report here for November with a picture that makes me really, really happy. And this is the first Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting of this year. We had one on 10/17. And it's moments like that that I truly feel so blessed to be in this job. We have some fantastic students. You're going to recognize some of them up there. One of them sitting right over there as a student board member. But you know that we're grappling a lot with many complex issues as a district. What is wonderful to me is to bring those same complex issues to our students and to see their perspective. And I'm really eager to have another one coming up here soon. I put some things in front of them regarding our strategic planning. I put some things in front of them regarding facilities, and they have wonderful ideas. And so I'm just really grateful for that. And I'll keep you updated with some of what their feedback is as well. Okay, so I want to start with a little gratitude. Again, with November, the more you practice the art of thankfulness, the more you have to be thankful for. I truly do believe that. And as I said, you heard some of that echoed with our leaders here, and we're going to get a chance to thank a lot of people tonight that are contributing to our community. And I'd like to start with what Ms. James just alluded to. I want to make sure everybody understands, and again, I want to thank someone like Greg Hinchliff for being in our district. I don't know if everybody truly understands that in the entire state of California, Only 9 teachers make it to the level that he made it to. So 5 teachers are named the California State Teachers of the Year, and then there are 4 finalists. So there's 9 total. He was one of the 4 finalists. So when I released this, which, can we have a huge round of applause, because that's big. I mean, that is truly amazing, and I know that I post these reports on the website, and that will be linkable. That is an article in the Union Tribune that just came out, I think, this past week, and they visited his classroom, and they interviewed him and his students, and so I encourage you, please, to read that, but we're really, really proud of him. I also want to share some gratitude with a group of our staff members that are doing some great things. And at Bonsall Farm, you know that we've had phases of the Bonsall Farm. Well, our team, and some of this I will say was inspired by what Principal Fortney talked about. We have a fantastic counselor that she mentioned, Megan Hund. We have a team that includes John Norton, Audrey Greenwood, Manny Ramirez, Melissa Ruiz, and they are our farm team. And they came up with this fantastic idea that in this area that is close to the chicken coop, they want to build what they want to call like a harmony habitat, a pollinator garden. And this really came about because the counselor and Audrey and some of the staff members realized the healing power of nature and did a lot of work bringing students who were handling or trying to just grapple with a lot of what Principal Fortney talked about. They come out to the farm a lot. And so they had this wonderful idea of creating a space there where you can picture it as a Zen garden. You can picture it with seating. You can picture it with butterflies, a pollinator garden. And they would like to build this out along with the aquaponics. So I had the opportunity to participate in something called Soup Tank. Yes, I'm wearing a butterfly costume right there. You are welcome. But Soup Tank is a chance to have superintendents get in front of some people that want to invest or support what's going on in some of our schools. So I took their idea of the Harmony Habitat and the completion of aquaponics, and I presented it at Soup Tank. And we were able to raise about $6,500. Woot woot, right? It's pretty good. And people were really intrigued by the idea because they said how wonderful that you can have social emotional learning in nature right there adjacent to the school in the farm. So we're excited to keep that going. And then I was inspired by wearing that outfit, and I realized that, yes, on October 31st, it was Halloween. And I thought, we should dress up as cabinet members. But honestly, it's because I realized that with the butterflies, it's really a wonderful symbol of how we have to transform and how we have to change and how that can be a struggle sometimes as you're trying to transform. But the benefits of it later are really, really wonderful. And as a district, we are at the point where there's lots of transformation and adapting and evolving and growing. So yes, I wore that in front of the staff, and they were very, very kind. I appreciate it. My cabinet was a wonderful support in dressing up like farmers and bees and whatnot. But the rest of that day, I will say that we did have an opportunity in front of the whole staff to share our feedback, our key findings and recommendations from the focus groups. You're going to hear about that tonight in a facilities update from the fabulous Caroline Brown, so you will get a chance to hear that. We presented in front of the entire staff and gave them an opportunity to converse about that and then to provide some feedback. After that, which was wonderful to get a chance with everyone together to discuss, after that, we had trainings that we're going to hear from one in just a moment, but we had CPI trainings, we had Jane Schaefer writing, we had CPR, we had a HERA training for our maintenance and operations. I'm really grateful for the facilitators of those trainings and grateful for the participation of our staff. Now, the wonderful Ms. Leung talked about Bonsall Bridge Centennial Celebration. I will just run through a few more pictures sharing some of what she talked about. It really was a wonderful event. I'm grateful for the Bonsall Chamber of Commerce for leading the effort, but so many partnerships that she already talked about too. Bonsall Women's Club, Bonsall Education Foundation, Fallbrook Chamber, Fallbrook Gem and Mineral Society, the Questers, Fallbrook Historical Society, so many. So this was the dedication ceremony on the bridge. That's our own Cassandra Mencius, who sang the national anthem absolutely beautifully. It was wonderful. The event at the bridge was attended by quite a few dignitaries. We had Assemblymember Darshana Patel. We had the offices of Assemblymember DeMaio, of Senator Brian Jones, of, we also had, Supervisor Desmond's office. We had North County Fire, you see Chief McReynolds there, Lieutenant Twyman from San Diego County Sheriff's, just a lot of community partners. It was wonderful. And then kicked off the fun run, which I have to say people seem to really like, and some of our staff were very, very impressive. I think they came in like first, second, just really wonderful. That's Miss Castro right there running in the 5K fun run. I know that you'll hear hopefully from our student board member about her experience there, but it was great. And then there are some of our wonderful volunteers and participants with the Bonsall Bridge Centennial Celebration. Community engagement team supported, lots and lots of volunteerism. And we had performances. We had Ballet Folklorico. The Koopa Bird Singers were wonderful. They came and performed. It was great. We had inside the schoolhouse, you already heard from Mrs. Liang. I did snap a few pictures that I need to share with her, but that is inside the schoolhouse. There were lots of people in and out, and they did remark at how wonderful it was to be in that space, multi-generations that were in there. That's our little Miss Bonsall, and she's sitting in a desk with a journal from, I don't know, probably 100 years ago. But it was really great, and I did remark to Mrs. Liang that of all of the things that day, I felt that the activities inside the schoolhouse were the most truly unique to Bonsall. You're not going to find that in another district, and I just thought it was beautiful, so I really appreciate that. Okay, a few more things that I want to remind us of. As always, the work that you just saw, some of the gratitude you heard, some of the assessments and some of the activities, all of that, those are examples of our vision and our mission in action. Isla, would you please read our vision?
Our BUSD vision is that all students in Bonsall Unified School District engage in rigorous and relevant learning experiences that inspire them to be productive community members and future-ready lifelong learners.
Beautiful. And our mission?
And our mission is that we empower all students to thrive in a positive, safe, and supportive environment through high-quality education focused on the whole learner.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think you saw a lot of examples in our principal reports of that. You also saw a lot of examples in our principal reports of our theme of belong, believe, achieve. And I am happy that we are united in making sure that all of that is guiding the work that we do, and we're referencing it constantly. I have also mentioned numerous times that our strategic focus areas and identified needs this year are right here. These are guiding our work. Just as an example, I talked very briefly about some professional learning. You'll hear about more tonight. Promoting high expectations and equitable achievement. You saw the focus on some of our data. I appreciate that the principals shared areas of improvement, but also recognize that there are areas for growth. I really do appreciate that. You'll hear more from Dr. Pendleton. And you will also hear a facilities update where we'll talk more about our progress with our planning around modernizing and expanding facilities. I want to thank the probably 35 or so participants who came to our design team meeting on October 14th. And this is the start of the development of our True North 2030 strategic plan. We had a lot of great activity reflecting on our priorities, our vision, our mission, and trying to develop outcomes. And we did come up with draft outcomes and big moves, and I appreciate the intense work that they put in. Here's just a quick note about some progress and next steps. On October 31st, we also had the outcomes and big moves presented to the whole staff, and we were able to get a little feedback. On December 5th, we're going to have school site teams at every site review in more detail the outcomes, goals, big moves, and provide significant feedback. And then on December 9th, the design team we're inviting everyone back again to review that feedback, make adjustments, and develop appropriate success metrics. So I'm very, very grateful for the time that people are putting into that, and honestly, the investment. I'm also very grateful for our advisory committee and focus groups, and you will hear tonight from Caroline Brown the key findings and recommendations that were shared with the staff, that were also shared last Friday at a board study workshop so that we can talk about our next steps. This is some of the work that I want to bring to the next Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting as well, okay? We're going to get a lot of feedback from everyone. Okay, and I'm going to remind you, you'll see this actually in Ms. Brown, so I'm not going to belabor this, but I applaud the advisory committee and the focus groups for really diving deep into what is it that we can do as a district to solve these very real challenges that we have around facilities, okay? All right, so I went through that pretty quickly because I want to get to some recognitions here. I'm going to actually call up Sheila Adams to recognize one of the groups that I just talked about in terms of professional learning, and I'm going to turn it over to her to share some special recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Ghali. Good evening, President Anderson, trustees, student trustees, Dr. Ghali, and Ms. McInerney. Tonight, I'm proud to recognize our CPI Train the Trainers for their outstanding service to Bonsall Unified School District. The team has dedicated their time and expertise to ensuring that staff across all of our schools are equipped to support students safely, confidently, and with compassion. I also want to acknowledge the significant time commitment behind this work. Becoming a crisis prevention intervention trainer requires rigorous training and certification, and this team has continued to go above and beyond by preparing, planning, and delivering over 6 hours of professional development sessions outside of their regular work. Their dedication reflects a genuine commitment to our students, our staff, and the culture of care we are building here in Bonsall. CPI is essential to maintaining safe and supportive learning environments, and our trainers have modeled professionalism, patience, and a calm student-centered approach. Their leadership helps prevent crisis, strengthens staff readiness, and reinforces our district-wide commitment to helping every student belong, believe, and achieve. I want to sincerely thank our team and start to bring them up now. So our team consists of Heather Chamberlain, and I'll bring that over. Jessica Collar, Brianna Kinley-Chinny, Kimberly Magdalenas, and Lori Leon Cavallo. Your work makes a real meaningful difference across our district. We are grateful for you. I want to read what's on their certificate. So it says that the BUSD Crisis Prevention Intervention Training Team, you guys, is recognized for its commitment to creating safe, supportive learning environments and for equipping our staff with the skills needed to prevent and respond to student crises. Your leadership reflects the values of belong, believe, achieve, and strengthens our entire district. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely fantastic, and we appreciate that. It's not easy to get trained and then have to train the entire staff, and they stepped up in a really big way, so we're very appreciative. Okay, the next recognition, we're going to ask, I think, Mr. Williams to come up and speak about this next group.
Good evening. I'd like to bring up, before I do the recognition, I'd like to invite up Crystal Dents, Kara Starkweather. All right. I got it now. Kara Starkweather. from Bonsall High School, and then Jen Leung, president of the Bonsall Education Foundation, and Tara Hale from the from Ping. I want to share with you a story about connections, partnership, and people working together to do great things for kids. And we almost forgot an essential person here. I want to go ahead and bring him up now. Jim Ramsey, founder of 5150 Rat Rods. I want to share a story about connections, partnerships, and people working together to do great things for kids. A little more than 4 years ago, Crystal Dents had an idea to start a car show that would raise funds for the College and Career Center at Bonsall High School. With the principal's encouragement and the help of a few friends, she launched the very first show, and it was a winner right off the line. There's a little backstory that I'd like to share. While volunteering at Bonsall's Fine Wine and Blues event, Crystal met Jim Ramsey, founder of 5150 Rat Rods SoCal. Jim noticed her flyer for the first annual upcoming car show and immediately offered to help. He donated 10 of his signature handcrafted trophies, beautiful pieces made from real machinery parts that any car lover would proudly display. More importantly, Jim brought his passion for cars, his community connections, and his enthusiasm for supporting the community. Since that first event, 5150 Rat Rods SoCal has been a true partner in growing the show year after year. Jim has offered advice, promoted the event at his own shows, and brought his members, some traveling from as far away as Las Vegas, to participate. His creative trophies have become one of the show's most recognizable features. The show has also received wonderful community support. Jim brought in the Fallbrook Vintage Car Club, which has assisted with parking and logistics. And for the 2025 car show, Jim and his club members have gone even further, soliciting donations and recruiting additional car clubs, including the Fallbrook Shafters, to attend and contribute to the cause. In addition to raising funds, the car show has also become a venue for showcasing student talent. Visitors now enjoy performances, for example, by our students in Ballet Folklorio, as well as choral performances, giving our young people an opportunity to shine in front of a broader community. The car show has truly grown into an event that celebrates both our students' futures and their present-day accomplishments. I know we've heard some of this before, but the praise is so worthy, and I wanted to say it again. Still, it's been the hands-on leadership of Crystal Dents, the steadfast support of Kara Starkweather at Bonsall High School, the involvement of Ping parent Tara Hell, and the guidance and partnership of Jen Leung and the Bonsall Education Foundation that have made this event a true success year in and year out. Together, they've transformed a single idea into a proud community tradition. In just 4 years, the Bonsall Car Show has raised nearly $20,000, including $6,000 this past year alone, and the goal of $10,000. I think you all knew this for 2026. That's the goal. So cheer them on for that. They're going to get there. Oh, okay. With all that cheering, I thought that would be an easy. We got there, though. Those funds go directly to students, providing scholarship for those beginning their academic pathway at Palomar College, or such needs as purchasing welding boots for graduates entering the trade program, and even covering the expense of graduation gowns for students earning college certificates in an early education program designed to promote future teachers, even before they graduate from high school. This event has become much more than a fundraiser. It's a reflection of collaboration, creativity, and community spirit. On behalf of the Bonsall Unified School District, we thank Jim Ramsey and the 5150 Rat Rods, along with the 2025 Car Show team, Crystal Dents, Kara Starkweather, Tara Hale, and Jen Leung, for their leadership, vision, and commitment to making this car show such an extraordinary event. Congratulations.
I'm spoiled.
Right?
Now, I know we have one more recognition, and then after, I have a few closing remarks. I know some of you might want to get pictures with the board members, and the board will have their quick reports, and then please stay because we'll be able to let you take pictures with the board. That would be wonderful. Okay. Another recognition that we'd like to, and I just have to say very quickly, the fact that this year they made me choose a superintendent trophy for the car show was really challenging. It was challenging. Okay, another recognition that's already been mentioned tonight, and I'm so happy to have them cheering here in the audience tonight. But we need to recognize, of course, Jim, you didn't get to see these pictures, but here is our community partner recognition. He received his certificate. Let's have one more round of applause for Jim Ramsey and the 5150 Rat Rods. Okay, and one more recognition that we've heard. Yes! I'm going to turn it over to Principal James one more time.
I know they've been very quiet and patient tonight. Come on up, ladies. All right. How exciting. The moment's here. Okay. All right. This fall was an incredible season for the Bonsall High School girls volleyball team. The team finished with an 11-9 overall record and was crowned the Pioneer League champions with an impressive 9-1 league record. Under the leadership of our amazing coach, Jessica Collard, the team demonstrated tremendous growth, teamwork, and dedication. This season also marked a major milestone, our first playoff appearance since 2019, a true reflection of the athletes' commitment and the strength of our program. We are especially proud to recognize our 5 graduating seniors. Audrey Dial, you can give a little wave. She's here. Abby Blount, Diamond Nava, Kiat Reveloso, and Ulu Salioni. Their leadership, energy, and example have been instrumental in building a positive team culture and setting the foundation for continued success. We wish you nothing but the best, our seniors, and we look forward to the next season for our freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. All right, I want to read what's on the certificate. Under the leadership of Coach Jessica Collard, the varsity girls volleyball team is celebrated for its exceptional grit, teamwork, and hustle, leading to the victorious and inspiring honor of the Pioneer League champions for the 2025 season.
And just a reminder that we're going to have an actual official recess after our board member reports, if you'd like to stay.
Okay, so if you couldn't hear that, there will be an official recess in just a few minutes after our board member reports. Congratulations, thanks for doing us so proud. We're really, really excited for you. Okay, a few more things I want to mention. Love on your back, donations are needed. So if you can do the QR code, Love on Your Back is an incredible organization, and they are in need of some donations right now to help our students with food. So please, please, please consider donating. And we also heard from Jennifer Leung that the Hope for the Holidays collaboration with Bonsall Education Foundation, Bonsall Women's Club, and I'm going to be sending this out, and everyone's going to be sending this out in newsletters, but we definitely need some support for this incredible event that I think she already mentioned. Again, the toy drive is coming up on December 6th. Okay? Couple other upcoming that I'll just leave up there while we hear from our board members. So thank you.
And that brings us to our board member reports, and we'll start with our student board rep.
Good evening. So the first thing I'd like to touch on is how I loved seeing the creativity.
If we can have everyone's attention, please, while the board reports are happening, then again, we'll have a recess right after that concludes. Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to touch on is how I loved seeing the creativity of the elementary schoolers with their literary pumpkins. And it's also really important to note that the students are being given the proper support they need in this time of grief. And then, as Ms. James has mentioned, well, it's been mentioned multiple times, but the girls volleyball team did amazing this season. I was in attendance at the game, and a lot of our students and staff showed up because they really stressed that it's their senior night, and just seeing the energy in there and the support we were giving our team was really amazing, and I hope that continues for the rest of our sports as well. And we've had a lot of events similar to all the other campuses. So going in order of oldest to most recent, the oldest event we've had is homecoming, which Ms. James mentioned. We really liked our theme of Moonlight Magic, and students ate ice cream, pizza, pretzels, all while enjoying dancing and taking pictures at our handmade photo booth. And then that following week, we had the Family Future Ready Night, where there was a variety of different career paths that students could explore, ranging from the military, the dentistry pathway, the fire department, and even Palomar, just to name a couple of the people that were there. And it was a great opportunity that a few middle schoolers, because it was open to them, but mainly high schoolers took advantage of by talking to the people that were there about their jobs and really their story of how they got to where they are now. So it's really inspiring to see all the different things that our students are able to do. And then culture night, of course, we had delightful performances, and I always love to see everyone presenting about the different cultures. Moving on to our car show, we've had a lot of recognition for it, and I just want to say that there was amazing cars as always, thanks to our partners. And I know Dr. Golly struggled to choose cars, which I can not relate to, but I can definitely see why, because all of them just had something unique about them. And then it was busy at the beginning, and it kind of died down as we got into the afternoon, but there was a lot of kids that were able to get their face painted by a few of our high schoolers from ASB. And there was delicious food and amazing performances, and it's really exciting to hear that we have such strong partnerships and that we made a great amount of profit. And then a new event that ASB hosted this year was Fall Fest. And considering that we hadn't done this before, we had a good turnout. Students had fun going through our haunted house again and again. And then our most recent event was actually this past Saturday, our Bonsall Bridge celebration, and a lot of people ran the 5K, myself and Miss Castro included. And I think I can speak on behalf of both of us that it was a little rough, but Overall, I had a lot of fun, and the event was wonderful with all the different aspects that it had, with the fun run and a raffle, and the performances as well, and the presence of local businesses. That same day, Speech and Debate had a speech tournament, which they did amazing at, and one of them actually earned a medal for extemp. And then this coming Saturday, Speech and Debate has a debate tournament, which is mentioned. So I'm going, we have 5 people doing the congressional debate, and we'll have the guidance of Mr. Hinchliff, who of course always provides his unwavering support and guidance, and is just an amazing teacher. So he definitely deserves being in one of the 4 that were selected. And then we're coming up on break, so everyone is and will continue to work hard this coming week to stay on top of everything and be able to enjoy Thanksgiving break. So that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Ortega.
Well, I don't have much to add, but I did want to talk about some of the programs we had in place. You know, when it comes to emotional support, there's always a need for emotional support for all kinds of things. And so we had a lot of things in place, you know, and it's always been the last couple of years, it's been one of my things that I'd like to, you know, make sure that we have for all of our students. And when something like this tragedy comes up, which affected so many people, and we had that system in place, I think it was just, you know, you don't really see how much you need it until something like that happens. You'd rather something like that not happen, and you get all the support that everybody needs for these events. And you know, my condolences to the Soriano family and stuff, and all the positive stuff, the vibes that came from all that. But and the other students that were, you know, needed support as well. I'm glad we had that in place, and that's really all I have to say. Is I'm happy to be part of this district. I think we're doing a lot of great things, and these things that seem like, you know, to some people might be like a waste, and then something like this comes up, and it's just, you know, you don't want to be scrambling around at the last minute trying to set stuff like this up. So it was pretty awesome that stuff like that was in place. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. LaPlare.
There is no emotions and enthusiasm like sports. You cannot get that in any other way, shape, or form. It creates a spirit, enthusiasm, and energy that cannot be replicated. I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned you use ChatGPT. I think we should all embrace it. AI opens a lot of doors, so it's scary, and there's one thing that matters with AI is the proper prompting and context. Pardon my French, but I'm French, so I'm gonna say it. If you give crap to the engine, it returns crap. So I'll send Ms. Golly something that I worked on, which is a prompt creator using AI. So it's actually telling AI, create me prompts that you can feed to other engines. So it can be pretty valuable to go from build me a resume to where the AI actually asks you questions, so that way you can really craft something good for you. So that helps support that. And finally, my usual PSA, don't drive impaired. It might be alcohol, drug, fatigue. My daughter was in a car accident 2 days ago and miraculously came unscathed. It was on a 78, and an impaired driver ran off the road right over the Melrose Bridge over the 78, and she tumbled down the embankment. Angels were with her that night. Cars totally mangled and totaled, but she's uninjured. Impaired driver fled the scene, but ended up spending time in jail because he was arrested by CHP later in the day. So, you know, we all go through difficult times. Drugs and alcohol are not the answer to those, that's for sure. But, you know, if If you cannot drive, just call a Uber. It's so easy. So that's my PSA all the time. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burchett.
All right. I would like to thank Ms. Brown again for putting together a great day, a whole day of seeing sites and all the everyone that went and to see what's possible for the district and so that we can be informed buyers when that time comes. And also I want to thank Ms. James for extended period of time of dealing with my questions and showing me the advantages and the synergies of a 7 through 12. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guy.
I just wanted to touch a little bit upon Mr. Hinchcliffe and becoming the teacher finalist for California State Teacher of the Year. I've seen him in action. When he was forming the speech team, he would go down before there was even a team. He would go down to these tournaments and he would just kind of watch, see what was going on. And I know I harp on this a lot, and I've done it a lot. I don't think you guys really understand what the time requirements are for somebody who does speech and debate. The teacher who does that has to get to these events at 7 in the morning, and they typically don't end until 10:30 or 11 at night. And just so you know, they split them up. So one week you'll have speech events, the next week you'll have debate, then the next week you have Congress. So again, week after week after week, just so that and they have multiple tournaments, right? So it's not like it's like a huge time commitment, and you have to love it to do it. And Mr. Hinchcliffe does. He really, really cares. And I saw it when I was there, and when his team was just a few people, and he was going down there. He was doing everything he could. And he just kept going and going and going. And then I noticed that, whenever we give reports, that he's kind of like Where's Waldo in every single picture. He's there everywhere. Like everywhere you look, there he is. I'm like, he is the face of Bonsall. I mean, every single picture, every single involvement. So it does not surprise me that he is being recognized the way that he is, because it is a valid recognition. And so I'm very, very proud that he is part of the Bonsall district, and I think he's representative of just one of many, many, many teachers that we have that do a fantastic job. And they do, and I just said, Mr. Hinchcliffe isn't doing this for the money. I'll just tell you that. For the amount of hours, if you calculate how many hours he has to put into doing that stuff, and you divide it, he's probably negative, right? So I mean, I'm just saying he does it for the love of it, and I think it's really nice to have somebody that just outwardly just emanates that. And every time you meet him, he does. You go on campus, you go anywhere, that's just how it is. So I just think it's a really great energy to have. I want to move over to the Monster Mash, which I love the Monster Mash. I hadn't been there in a few years, and I was like literally shocked when I went there this year. The Monster Mash is no longer held in the little area inside of Bonsall, right? They have that little square area in the middle. Now it is a full-on carnival type, almost like circus-like atmosphere that goes on in the field. It was huge. And I brought my daughter there. She happened to be in town, and so she wanted to go, and she couldn't believe it. She was like, this is amazing. I mean, they had like ponies there. They had like all these line dancing things, hula hoop competitions. I mean, they had all kinds of stuff there. So I'm just really proud to see how the progression of that is, because, it brought back a lot of memories, and I got to see a lot of people there. I saw Mr. A. I saw Mr. P, a lot of Mr. and Constant, right? Mr. A, Mr. P. I saw them, and it was just really nice to be involved and be back in that atmosphere. So it just makes me happy and proud to be part of Bonsall when I see that. So anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you. So as we turn towards Thanksgiving, I want to pause and reflect on what truly makes Bonsall Unified School District strong, which are the people that show up every day for our students and one another. To our teachers, thank you for the heart you bring into every lesson and every interaction. You carry our students through challenges and successes with equal dedication, and the difference you make is felt beyond the classroom. To our staff, Kara's not still here, classified professionals, aides, bus drivers, office teams, nutrition services, custodial and maintenance crews, and everyone who keeps our campuses moving, you are the steady hands and generous spirits who hold this district together. Nothing works without you, and we are deeply grateful. To our site leaders and our district office team, thank you for leading with thoughtfulness and grit. The work behind the scenes is rarely simple and often invisible, but it shapes the experience of every student and every family in Bonsall. And to my colleagues on the board, thank you for your commitment and thoughtful governance. We face difficult issues at times, and yet every conversation comes back to students where it should. I also want to give a special note of appreciation to Dr. Heather Golly. It's hard to believe that it's been nearly a year since she was officially confirmed as superintendent last November. And since assuming the leadership helm in the summer of 2024, she has taken on extensive work in organizational design, facilities planning, and community outreach, digging into the details, listening to our neighbors, and helping us align long-term needs with long-term vision. Her leadership has been steady, clear-eyed, and collaborative, and I want to express my full confidence in her as we move into this next chapter. To our families, volunteers, and educational partners, thank you for showing up, lending your voices, and reminding us that schools are stronger when they are rooted in community. Your support is felt in every program, every event, and every small success across every campus. And finally, as we look ahead to the big decisions that will shape the next 100 years of learning in Bonsall, I keep coming back to the bridge building we honored during the historic San Luis Rey Centennial Celebration put on by the Bonsall Chamber of Commerce last weekend. We stand on literal and metaphorical bridges built here long before us, and now it's our turn to build the next ones. Bridges that connect students to opportunity, connect campuses to community, and connect today to the future that our children deserve. Thank you for the work you do in support of Bonsall Unified School District and for the trust that you placed in us to educate the children of our community. As we pause for Thanksgiving, may we honor the heritage that steadies us and look with clear eyes toward the horizon that calls us forward. May this season bring you gratitude, rest, and the reassurance that what we build together truly matters. And with that, it is 7:38. We're going to take a brief recess and resume at, let's call it 7:45.
And they also had dunk tanks. They had all kinds of stuff going on there.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving. I like the fact that we match.
Thanks again.
Bonsall blue. Just in case that might be my last one as Presidente. Never talk about that eventually. This maybe meet up in the next month. Awesome. Also, heads up, I have getting easier and easier. I think, yeah, exactly.
What? Oh.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that it started even before I came here tonight. So,
You need to leave?
not yet, but if I jump up and go,
I'll take them.
it's all you.
I'm feeling well.
So, I think I can stomach through
Maybe
it.
it was that Peking walk.
No, I don't think it was the thing. It was
I hate that place. I mean, I hate it, but I hate it. It tastes like nothing. It's like nothing.
Yeah.
I don't understand what people like it.
I love the walnut shrimp.
I just don't understand why.
Have you
people
had the
like
walnut shrimp? Are you a shrimp eater?
No.
So I was gonna say, it's covered with this wasabi sauce. It's like,
That sounds good.
it's really delicious. So,
Everything I've ever had over there has just been bland.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. But I am, I think he's on. Which is not late.
surge protector up there. She's weird. She ate two. Yeah, I think we should. Who are we talking about? The guy was saying, he's like, if you're gonna do a surge, because they're the same ratio, then both would have died. So he's thinking he's something wrong with his material. Well, who do we talk to about putting a surge protector up there? Are you the guy? I mean, yeah, we can buy one. Let's do it. That would be the gap for my We got 2 votes. We got 2 votes. We need a surge protector for this. A surge protector. I know, right? He said I told him to get one, otherwise we'll lose our other one. Can't be that much to get a surge protector.
Turn it. We'll just take it over there. No. Everyone can see those.
But we need to get one. We can't lose it. You got all your college applications in? You're going to apply to UCSD anywhere else? Because you only 2? What about like UCLA? You don't like UCLA? Too far? Really? What about SDSU? Sometimes they're cheaper to go to those schools. They'll give you some grants depending on your socioeconomic situation. Or economic. They give huge amounts of money. So, I mean,
It is 7:45. If people would like to reconvene at the dais, that would be great.
like some people like go to like Ivy League schools and don't pay that much. It's almost cheaper to go there than the UC.
Let Alan know he was going to run up to the office. Oh, okay. Thank you. Awesome. Where's Mr. Ortega?
Yeah, they go through it. But they don't give you a lot.
What's that? He's outside? Yes, please. Or somebody, anybody. I'm just trying to stay.
Can I help in any way?
No. Okay. There he's coming.
Which one do you prefer? UCI or UCI?
Did I hear UCSD?
That's where she wants to go.
I was going to say, that's both of our alma mater. So.
Your Tritons?
Mm-hmm.
I met my husband there, and my older son graduated from there, and my younger son is a senior there.
Wow.
It's a whole
You
family.
got that house up there.
Okay. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, we are now on item 8 of our agenda, which is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Bringing us to our information items for today. We have 2 presentations, and as been alluded to in our principal reports, earlier we have Dr. Veronica Pendleton to give us our 2025 assessment data update. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, President Anderson and distinguished board members. It is my pleasure to share with you our 2025 assessment results for the English Language Proficiency Assessment in California. We call that the LPAC, and the Smarter Balance English Language Arts and Mathematics, as well as our science results. So I'm going to start off with sharing our summative LPAC results. And this first slide, let me share. The summative English Language Proficiency Assessment for the California measures an English learner's progress towards English proficiency across the 4 domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The 2025 results for our district reflect that student performance across both oral language, which is represented by the listening and speaking portions of the test, and the written language, represented by the reading and writing. The data will help guide us, and this is what diving deep as our principals shared today. The data dive that we're going to do is going to help us create, strengthen our support systems and our ongoing supports for ELs, and also achieve what it takes for our district to help students achieve a full proficiency and enable them to be reclassified. So what I wanted to show here is that our performance for 2024 as compared to 2025 shows a decline of negative 5.76 percentage points. But I'm going to explain why we think that that the data is trending this way. The increase, but we do see an increase in levels 2 and 3, suggesting that more students are performing at mid-range. Level 4 is considered well-developed, when students have well-developed language. Students have to achieve that dark blue area of level 4 in order for us to consider them language proficient, as well as meeting the district's approved criteria to be reclassified. So really, any student scoring below that, we consider them still needing these language supports in order for us to get them to where they need to be academically. Level 3 is what we consider the lighter blue, just underneath the darker blue, is moderately developed. And this represents more students meeting expectations, but have not yet reached their achievement proficiency. Level 2 is the third block down, and that was somewhat developed. And it indicates our growing group of students needing targeted support to make progress. And lastly, that level 1 at the very bottom is the beginning stages. And this reflects consistent proportion of early language skills of our kids coming into our district. So I want to provide some contextual factors impacting our scores in comparison to last year's. And so first one would be the language acquisition timeline, where we know that research shows that it takes 5 to 7 years to acquire academic English, including the language structures needed for higher level writing and reading skills. In this, I wanted to share that many of our multilingual learners are still within the language acquisition window, which affected their ability to score even higher. How did this happen? Well, we had 2 years trending of reclassifying students at a very high rate. The last 2 years, in 2024 and 2023, we had an abundance of students classifying at high rates. Well, what this does is that that significant increase in reclassification then impacts the proportion of ELs in the system, in our school system. These students are in year 3, 4, or 5 of learning a second language, so they're not quite there yet. And it's indicated in the third square, where we did see an increase of students that are moderately developed, an increase of 34.03 as opposed to last year's 31.8% of increase. So what we see is a shift overall performance downwards, especially in levels 3 and 4, because the group composition has changed from 2024 to 2025. And Olivia Haro, who is our ELD coordinator, when we saw these scores initially, she was crushed, because they're doing some great work at school sites. But from year to year, we're not going to see that increase from year to year the way we'd want to see it. So what I want to show you next is, like I had explained originally, that the language test is divided into 2 composite scores. The first one is oral language proficiency level. This is how well a student speaks and the level of listening comprehension that is measured on the test. And what we could see, there's a slight decline in level 4 from 2024 to 2025, and at the same time, level 3 increased, becoming our largest group. Level 1 and 2 remain relatively stable, reflecting consistent needs for early language development. One thing about level 4 that I'd like to share is about 1/3 of our ELs demonstrate strong oral language. These students can participate confidently in classroom discussions, they can explain their thinking, they can use academic language with increasing precision, and in level 3, which is moderately developed, this is our largest group, and that's what I wanted to make note of. Is at this group, this level can communicate effectively with familiar context, but may struggle still more with more complex or abstract language task. So a key highlight of this data set is that 68.6% of our students are scoring at a 3 or a 4, which means that the majority of our English learners have at least moderate to proficiency in their oral language. Highlights is that in middle school, our 7th grade stands out dramatically, and that's a data that's not represented here, but I'd like to share it with you, with 92.31% of our students scoring at a level 4 in middle school. 9th grade has also performed strongly with the 58.33% at level 4. In early grades, K through 2nd shows a higher concentration of our students in level 1 and 2. And this is expected because many younger students are newer to the U.S. schooling and are early in the 5 to 7 language acquisition process timeline. Okay, the next composition of this exam is the written language performance. This constitutes the written discourse and reading comprehension. And with this, we could see that the graph shows how our English learners perform within the writing language performance levels, which includes the reading comprehension, it includes vocabulary, grammar, and extended writing. And when we compare it to 2024 to 2025, we see a clear pattern that written language remains our district's greatest area of need across. But I'm going to share with you that this data is not any different than any other school district in Southern California, in Northern California, or across the nation. These domains, even for our students who are English only, are the most difficult to develop or develop later as students mature in their writing and in their reading comprehension. Level 3 and 4 remain flat or decline, indicating that fewer students demonstrate proficiency in English language. So just some key highlights, and then I'll move on to the next set of data. Only 14% of our students reached level 4, or 15 reached level 4 in 2025, in comparison with the 7.83% the previous year. This aligns with research showing writing is the last domain to fully develop, often taking 5 to 7 years or more for multilingual learners. Nearly 70% of our students are performing at least at a 1 or a 2. So we know we still have work to do. But I am really proud to say that in grades 2, 5, and 9 show stronger writing performances, suggesting that there's some effective instructional practices that are happening in those grades. And I'm pretty excited to get into those classrooms and see what it is that they're doing, these language practices that they're doing, to possibly share it with other grade levels, because we saw a strong instructional growth in those grade levels. There are bright spots. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm glad you asked that, because in 2024, we had 192 English learners. In 2025, we had 192 English learners. In 2024, we had 218. So, but one of the things that I do want to add is that out of all those 218 that we had in 2025, 13 were newcomers, and 45 of those English learners were duly identified, meaning that they were also students who showed, who were also qualified for to receive special education. So when you look at that, you look at that it represents 25% of our English learners in that 2022 count that are of exceptional needs. So that's why when we're classifying the top of that student group, it's no longer the same group from year to year. But the composition still remains the same. We have 25% of that 218 that are duly identified and 13 that are newcomers.
Well, I have a question. So is that data, are all the different levels of English learners lumped into this?
Yes.
So it's kind of skewed because of course you would expect people who are in their first, second, or third year not to be as proficient. So it's really not an indicator at all about the progress of kids, because you're not taking like a pool of just our let's say 5 years in, and you seeing that data. You're putting it in with people who are like in first year, so of course they're all going to score low, correct?
Yes, sir. And so what we did is we took a deeper dive and we looked at each individual student to make sure they made at least half a year progress to a year progress. And we also have that data. So we're looking at not only at cohorts of students, we're looking at them not only as a class for year to year, but we're also looking at individual progress. And so on one of my slides, I'll share with you how we're doing that and what platform we're utilizing to track students for that particular reason. Because when you look at it holistic, it doesn't say much. You have to break it down and slice it in different ways so you can interpret the data so you can see really what the need is.
I was going to mention, when students graduate out of the program, when they become like proficient to where they're no longer in the program, those numbers are not considered part of this data anymore, right?
Correct.
So that would be like your top performing students actually end up not being part of the data after a period of time. And so you just really dedicate to two of the students are still improving a lot. So
Correct.
That's another number that should be considered.
Correct. So that's where our encouragement comes from, because when we did a deeper dive, our kids are making progress. They are progressing in their language acquisition. This data is flat and stagnant, but until you look at those individual student reports, and you're able to track that at least that student's making half a year or 1 year progress in their language acquisition, then you can say, hey, our program is really making a significant impact. And so, thank you.
Can you segment it by, like, for example, people who have been learning for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4? I think that data is probably more accurate, a better indicative of than this.
Correct. Yes, we can do that. We've actually, I think last year or the year before, the board approved our partnership with Elevation. And through Elevation, we are able to splice and dice our data for our our English learners in this district in that very exact way.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I was actually part of that graduation program. I can't remember what the word was that you used when they were kind of graduated out of the system. Reclassification, I think it was called.
Sir.
Yeah, and so they again became where they weren't part of the original data. So basically you're taking your top students and then eliminating them once they become your top students.
Exactly. So your level 4s from this year will be different level 4s next year. They don't stay in the system. We work really hard to make sure we reclassify them. So it's always a new set of students is our target.
So I would almost recommend to present the data that actually are more informative than those ones. I mean, just because those charts, at least from my standpoint, don't tell me anything or where we need to put emphasis on the process or whatever. I would rather you present those, you say you can slice and dice the data in whichever way you want. I don't know what was the destination and the intent of the presentation as far as presenting those charts, but I would recommend more intentionality into presenting numbers that tells the board where we need to put more emphasis or when we need to provide more impact versus just presenting slides.
So I could share that in thinking about what would be the best way to present the data, the state requires, or the state reports it to us, an overall view, that 50-foot 50,000 level view of our data. And then there's that, okay, let's slice it by the domains in the exam. We're looking at it through the lens of the exam. But for us at the district, when we sit down with the ELD coordinator, when I sit down with the site teams, when I sit down with the principals, we're looking at it from a site perspective. We're looking at it by grade level. We're looking at it by site level. We're looking at it by individual student level. And so I know that I could have put it on the slide, but I would have to we'll be here till, yeah, it'd be lengthy information, but I definitely appreciate what you're saying, because it's really about how you present the data. And I wanted to be transparent about where we're at from that large view of where we're at. But really, when we come down and really do an audit of what we're doing for kids, we do definitely need to slice it that way.
Well, I appreciate the comment. I just, maybe provide a little bit of context, saying you present numbers the way the state wants to be presented, even though it's not really informative for us. So that way we don't feel
Perfect.
like what does that do to us?
Perfect.
And that would have been more valuable, I think.
So it's a requirement that you present it in this direction to us?
No, this is how the state lays it out for us at the state platform. So there's no requirement. It's just
And
looking.
the state doesn't see that lumping in people who are learning for 1 year with people who are learning for 5 years is going to give skewed results.
And I'll just echo that there are issues with the dashboard that a lot of people have recognized over time. The way that we're receiving information from that kind of global level, it is surface level. It's also what's publicly available. So what's helpful is to maybe see what's publicly available and to give a little bit of context, but then take direction about what would be a follow-up to provide, especially as now we're just getting all this data. The reports that you're digging into with the site principals, that can be follow-up in their reports as well to show what they're discovering as they go deeper into what the cohorts are really showing us. So it's kind of twofold. There's the publicly available, large, high level, and then we need to now dig deeper. And so this is what has just been released.
Yeah, I wanted to say too that I think you said you had like 220 at one period. And when I went to that reclassification ceremony, I want to say there was at least 30 students that were reclassified as no longer part of the program. So that already knocks your numbers down, but then you still have those that are coming in. And one of the things about having a program that's working is that you end up getting more people joining the program because they know it's working. And I think that seeing the kids' faces that night when they were being reclassified, it was pretty awesome. And yeah, I had a pretty good time at that event. But I do think, I was looking at the data, and from my perspective, I thought the data was actually pretty telling, pretty nice. But yeah, when you go from year to year, that's like, it's not really the best way. But when I seen that there was that many kids that were reclassified, and you look at the data for the next year, you realize that's probably why it dropped down.
Yes.
All your top students actually left.
Right. So last year we had a total of, I think, 46 students that we reclassified that would have participated in the ceremony. We're looking this coming year at looking at 31. So we're still reclassifying a large amount of students. So we're doing something good. It's just a matter of looking at the data by site, by grade level, and then individually grouping. So thank you for that input. So some of the strategic focuses for this coming year, and then some of this is what we're currently doing, and I can share what we're planning on doing moving forward. We are right now what we call language labs. Our EL coordinators are pulling small groups. They pull out sessions from 3 to 4 times a week, targeting listening, speaking fluency, simple syntax, and writing conventions. We have also our progress monitoring dashboard that I shared, tracking all of our ELs and our long-term English learners, LPAC domain growth, their reclassification status, intervention, participation through that elevation platform that I spoke of. It's like a data repository for all of our ELs. Then what we were looking at and discussing, well, what else can we do? You know, when we ask, well, we're doing a lot, but what else can we do? So we were thinking of looking at organizing a after-school or Saturday EL Acceleration Academy, using LPAC practice items, language games, writing workshops, centering on the academic texts, types like argumentative, informative, and narrative writing, really doing like clinics, like a writing clinics. And the last thing we were looking at, and we're getting ready to, our teachers are really excited about this, is to participate in the GLAD strategies through Orange County Department of Education. They have sessions here in San Diego through the San Diego County Office of Ed that the teachers are excited about attending, but we're really wanting to incorporate the systematic GLAD strategies for structural, oral, and written practice that they can coach teachers at their site. So our ELD coordinators, all 4 of them, would be participating in those trainings here coming up at the beginning of the year. Okay. So next, I'd like to share our data in regards to our Smarter Balance English Language Arts results. And this too is going to be presented by student group program. And then I'm going to present a separate slide by student group ethnicity. I have at the top, just to familiarize yourself with the format of the data. At the top, I have exactly what Perrier shared, is that he'd like to see how many students were involved in that test pool. Is up there in the N number, how many students were tested in 2024 versus 2025. At the bottom, you have the student groups. We have all of our students for the district, our English language learners, our students who are economically disadvantaged, our homeless students with disabilities, and then our foster youth. And so I'm gonna share that the way the exam is rated or is scored is our dashboard is based on students who exceed standards and students who meet standards. So the top, there's a line in the middle, and all the students who are above the line are considered college and career ready. So this exam isn't an exam about grade level skills. Much more than this exam is really giving our district an idea of how well we're preparing our students with college and career ready skills across the district. This test is given at grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. So everything above the blue line we can see is us as a district preparing our students. Those students are prepared, and anybody below the line is considered by the state not prepared for college and career. And that's the best way. Well, you were already developing college and career skills even at that age. The way the state defines it, is this is an exam for us to prepare kids for college and career. So they're already 3rd grade level college and career level skills in reading, writing. Yes, there you go. And at the bottom in green and red is which way we trended from 2024 to 2025. So the first one, we could see that all of our students in English language arts, there's it's point, can't see from here. There you go. It is 0.1%. So it's statistically stagnant. It's basically stayed the same. So the district-wide proficiency level remains stable from last year to this year. The distribution between 1 and 2 shifted slightly, but overall achievement levels held steady. For English language learners, we could see that from 2024 to 2025, there was a decrease of 4.6%. And this the EL English learners proficiency declined, with the vast majority of students scoring on level 1. The drop also reflects that increase in reclassification, which removes higher performing EL students from the testing group. And so Moving over to our socially economically, social economically disadvantaged students, we also saw a decline of 2.9. And we saw a slight decline with more students shifting into level 1s and 2s. This subgroup remains below the district average and will require targeted support in reading comprehension and writing as we look on planning moving forward. So students experiencing homelessness. So this group showed the largest decline, 8.2, dropping more than 8% points in proficiency from the previous year. It's important to note that the number of identified students increased significantly from 29 students in 2024 to 80 students in 2025. And so the increase is due to the implementation of new screener added. Oh, thank you. A new screener that was added to our registration process at the start of 2025, which that allowed the district to be more accurately identifying our students experiencing housing instability. With a larger and more accurately identified population, we are now seeing a more complete picture of need within this subgroup. And we know too that instability, attendance challenges, and high mobility continue to have a significant impact, right, on literacy performance, and we may contribute to lower overall proficiency overall.
Have you ever taken one of these tests?
There are practice tests, and yes.
No, so you've seen them, right?
Yes.
And so are they, because I see a lot of gray, obviously, across the board. So I guess what I'm saying is the test that they're taking reflective of the real world, or is it something that is just bizarre and that's why there's a trend like that?
So it's a hard test, and it's a really hard test, and it's divided into the computer animated test, and the second portion is the performance task, which is the science, math, and ELA have those two parts. I can say that the computer animated test is adaptive. So if a student takes this test and does not, and it's adaptive, so if they get one wrong, it adapts lower. Right. If they get it right, it adapts higher. So they start off at a 1 or a 2 depth of knowledge or rigor. Then if the student gets a 2 wrong, then it'll keep it at a 2. It'll keep it at a 2. If the student then gets a 3 right, then it'll continue on a 3 rigor and then ramp it up to a 4. That's on the computer animated test. Mm-hmm. You can do that. You can skip a question and you can come back to it at the end. No, because it'll show you, it won't let you submit until you complete the question. You could skip it and come back to it. So it's a complicated test. And so each of what I was going to share as well is that it tests the student on grade level standards. And just to give you an example, math has 178 standards in above K8, excuse me, 3 through 8, 178 standards. You can get tested on any of those, and it's random. And so it's one of those tests that were generated by the state. All we try to do is make sure that we navigated by being thoughtful in our curriculum pacing, ensuring that we take the blueprint of the test and ensure that we align our instruction based on those questions that have the highest leverage and that will appear the most on the test. And that's all we can do, is prepare the teachers so that they can do their best to prepare the students at grade level standards. Because it's about grade level standard skills.
So, Dr. Golly, when you were in this position, this is the testing we were talking about where I came in and
Yes.
thought I was going to be in there for 15 minutes and 2 hours later, I was
Yes.
like, And I looked at some of the math problems, I'm like, oh, I don't agree with the answers.
Right. Yeah, it is, and it is a complicated test, and I'm really, I know this is just a brief digression, but Isla, you took in 11th grade this test, right? You took it in ELA, you took it in math, you took it in science. You also took it 3rd through 8th grade. From a student perspective, just to give a little bit more context for the board, when you take those tests and then you think about the skills that are required for you to perform on that test, and then you think about the skills that you are preparing for to be ready for college and career, for example, is there a comment that you can share?
Yeah, so I didn't take, I did take standardized testing. I'm not sure I took CASP in like 3rd or 8th, but last year I did. And I would say that for the most part, I do feel that the questions aligned with the curriculum. And it's interesting because you don't get to see if you don't get your results. You don't get a score. So you can't kind of self-reflect on how well you did. You can, say, okay, I know this question is right. Or I won't say most, but some of the questions you're like, I'm not sure. So you give it your best guess. So I don't like the aspect of not seeing how well you did and seeing where you need, like individually, where you need to improve, because you can see the general of data, but not where like individual students are. Maybe you can break it up. Maybe like if a teacher can look at like this individual person's score, but the fact that the student themselves doesn't see it, I think impacts some people. Let's say, oh, it's just a state test, I'm not going to try. That's a big thing. Like they're just going to rush through it and not understand like this is data that is important, that is needed to see what the students actually know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can I ask you a question? So when you were taking the test, and you were the math test, let's say, for example, did you feel that the math questions you were taking were reflective of the level of math that you've taken in school? Did you think that they were, or was it like you looked at it and you're like, this is like Greek?
No, I don't remember exactly the questions, but I'd say a few of them I knew, not a few, but okay, let's say like, how do I split this up?
Just start off with math, let's say. You should know that, right? I mean,
So like I shared, I believe that it's 30 questions in math plus a performance task. And the performance task is a synthesize of graphs that the student needs to then put in to solve a problem. And there's 2 parts to the performance task. There's the short response and the long response.
So there are sample tests too. Maybe what we could do is follow
Sample
up with,
test.
we can share with the board what it looks like, just so that you, with your own eyes, can see what it's aligned to in terms of skill preparation and college and career preparation.
My big issue is this. I sit here and I look through the data and they bring it in, and I see like we're in the red and the orange, and it's by a huge degree too. It's not like a small degree that we're not hitting math proficiency, and that's why I'm just curious. I mean, why? I mean, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but it seems to be a recurring thing, and I know that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in the classrooms. So what is breaking down here? And I know it's the state testing, it's the state standards. I get that, but is the state just that out of tune with the curriculum? Is that what it is?
Well, I'd like to point out something too. Like, again, this is kind of bringing back my original point. Some of those larger areas that are in the gray, some of them are English learners, which also could include students that are reclassified and no longer a part of English learners. So the ones that are in the second year of this English learners data might be new students that are in the program. And the longer performing students would be out of that program at that point. And the other category is the homeless category, which also could be students that are reclassified. One year they could be homeless, next year they're not, and then that second set of data could actually include students that just recently became homeless. So some of the other data is like disabilities. I mean, just you never know what's going on, you know, with when you just generally say disabilities, you know, it could be a lot of different things.
And I love that you brought that up, because actually our students with disabilities are showing an increase of 2.8 in ELA, which really gives us encouraging, showing that the focus supports are making a measurable difference. So that was a good idea for us to look at it by student groups. Yeah.
So why does not the individual get feedback on the test that they took?
So, yeah. So students, like our student board member, is now a 12th grader. We are receiving, our scores are now, our individual scores are mailed home, and our teachers receive the data, and then we receive the holistic data as a district. So.
But let's say I got my test back. I want to say, oh, I missed number 17, okay? I would want to go over that and know why I missed that and go, oh, I just didn't add these two numbers together. I was doing it too quick, or whatever that is, or
Yeah.
I didn't understand the concept.
Right.
Because it should be, that's how you learn, is, okay, I make mistakes and let's go back and learn. But, so the kids take a test and then they don't get any feedback, other than you got a score.
So the interesting part about this test is they don't give you itemized results. They give you composite scores. So what you scored in each of the areas. They don't give you an itemized, like, number 1, this is what you got wrong, this is what the correct answer. It's not that kind of a test.
Well, that sounds lame. I'm just gonna tell you.
I have a question on the graph.
Yes, sir.
The first column is the all. Is it the all student population? Or
Yes.
Is it the aggregation of those columns?
It is all of our students, and then the following columns are student group programs.
So the total of each column is our student body, right? Meaning that the outside, the extra column are not integrated in the first number, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. So the other way we're going to view this is by ethnicity. And the reason why I thought this was a good idea, because this is how it's reported on the dashboard. It's reported in 2 ways by our student groups. It's reported by our student group, and it's reported by ethnicity. And then we've got some highlights here. Again, our student group is at 1%. What I wanted to share is that our American Indian and Alaska Native population increased by 1.7%. Those students are exceeding, 1.7% of our students are exceeding or mastering, meeting standards, with significant reduction in level 1, which was 70.37%, that reduced to 50%. So that bottom level 1 has actually decreased, which shows improvement, right? Our Asian population increased 8.3% in ELA. From 2024 to 2025, with 80% of our students in our Asian population meeting or exceeding standards in ELA. Then our highest percentage at 3 and 4 reflect consistent academic strengths in ELA. So our African American group, and this is where we have to take a deeper dive, and that's why that N number's at the top, because in 2024 we had about 15 students district-wide. And in 2025, we had 13 students district-wide. And there's a sharp decline in proficiency. They dropped 39%. And one of the things when I shared with Dr. Gali this data, she's like, who are those students? So we did exactly that. We pulled the data on who these students were and what other programs were they participate in, and were they our ELs, are they part of our homeless group, are they part of our SED group, what other program do these students represent? And so what we also did is we looked at where they resided and what school site, how many African American students were they per school site, so we can look at what we can do to support them or what grade levels they were in. So the student group size, and this is what I'm going to caution, is relatively small. So a significant change, slight changes will result in some significant data swings when our N number is so small. We could have had maybe 2 students not show up for the test, and that swings the data the other way.
That's what I wanted to point out, right? Because when you have 13 students, that means one student represents 7.6%. So
Right.
if you take the difference between the 2024 and 2025, in the dark gray, 46 to 38 means one student. It means just one student.
Yes.
So it looks like a huge variation. The problem is that because the representative sample is so low, the variation, the swing, naturally they're going to be big just because of one student influence.
Correct. And that's why I wanted to mention that slight significant, it'll swing our data one way or the other. So I wanted to share that our Filipino and our Hispanic, our Filipino decreased by 0.7%. This just represents basically remains stable with most students in levels 3 and 4. There was a slight dip in level 3, offsetting by a small increase in 4, but maintaining an overall proficiency which is pretty much the same. Our Hispanic group showed a decrease of 0.3%. Again, very stable performance over year to year, with 4 increased slightly from 31.25% to 33.33%, but not enough to maintain last year's proficiency rate. And then our 2 or more races also was showing a decrease of 3.6%. And lastly, our white ethnicity group showing an increase of 2.4%, improvement driven by an increase in level 4 performance. And then level 1 decline, indicating more students are moving into higher achievement levels overall as a district. So district stayed consistent, but variations between some student groups. Asian, white, and our Filipino students continue to perform well above district average. Hispanic, Latino, and American Indian still remain below the district average, but are showing stability and improvements. And our Black or African American students show the largest decline, highlighting kind of our need for targeted intervention and to really go into a root cause analysis by looking at each individual student and what grade level they're in, and being able to provide some support structures.
So if I were to take this test as an 11th grader and I did poorly, could I still be very well able to go to college?
Yes.
You'd still be like.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. So I think Eric brought up a very good point. So if the data in there is including the English learners, is there a way to pull the English learners out and then look at the data? Because if that's skewed, which that's understandable, right? I mean, if you're learning a language and you're taking a test, it would definitely affect the overall performance of the school. But if we pull those out, is there a way to do that and say, okay, here's how we performed with the English learners outside of the pool?
We could, but unfortunately, the state holds us accountable for also moving those students in the right direction.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's indicative of those. What I'm saying is overall, you expect people who are English learners to not be maybe quite as proficient at this, because they're not, right? If I try to take a Spanish exam right now and go take a math, I'm not going to do it very well.
Right.
But if we take that out, then we can get an idea of what overall our students who should be able to be proficient and should be able to read the test properly, how they're doing. Because when you add the other one in there, it kind of artificially lowers the performance of the school, because the English learners are expected to be struggling a little bit at this point. Correct.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good observation. We definitely need to dive a little deeper.
Would special ed be the same thing? They would have for a large percentage of those kids would not be proficient?
What's interesting is that in math, ELA, and science, that subgroup is showing an increase.
Okay.
Is still making progress, and so that was like really exciting for us to look at that data and see that, some of the supports that have been implemented, the IEPs, the supports that have been put in these interventions for students with disabilities are showing that it's effective. So, It's still below, exactly.
Right. I think that's the improvement, like you were mentioning earlier, that they improve, half a year or a year.
Mhm.
That is that every child's improving.
Yes.
That's the key.
Yes.
Because some are going to be advanced and some are going to be less.
Right.
So that really should be, the data is how many are they improving and how much.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely looking at that.
It's really about qualifying the quality of the pipeline. I mean, it's a pipeline, right? You start somewhere and where are you at the end? It's really figuring a way to present numbers that qualify the pipeline. How good are we doing in this pipeline? How long does it take to go from step X to step X+1 in that pipeline? Those are the values that are valuable.
And that's some of the work that we're diving into, that vertical articulation. Some of the things that Principal James talked about, the articulation that's happening with writing from 6th to 12th grade, the articulation that we've now, and I don't want to talk about the science right now, but we've done that with science, the articulation that we're having with elementary, with curriculum. So we're diving that into a little bit deeper into that, because I would agree with you. It's all about that vertical articulation. What skill level at 3rd grade should a student be leaving with in mastery to enter into 4th grade to succeed? So that we are definitely looking at that. So some of the things that we are looking at strategic focus is that we've, this year, the state is requiring us, but we also think it's a great idea to use a universal K2 screener for reading, being able to intervene sooner rather than later with students who are needing targeted interventions for reading. Orton Gillingham trained staff. This is, we have our elementary teachers that are trained in this multisensory structured literacy that delivers explicit, systematic decoding systems. But the great news is that this is the first year that we've had paraeducators just gone through some training. So we're adding more people to our teams that are going to be highly qualified to be able to do phonemic awareness and phonetic training. We continue with iReady intervention pathways. We have the before and after school tutoring with high doses of small group tutoring focused on fluency, decoding, comprehension, writing skill acceleration. And lastly, as you heard Principal James share, is that we have been having rounds of Jane Schaefer secondary writing focus on Jane Schaefer. It's a structured evidence-based writing framework used across secondary classrooms to strengthen not only analytical, but argumentative writing and improve the use of contextual evidence when kids write. Because as I shared in all 3 tests, it requires the students to write and explain their thinking. So a skill that we really need to prepare our teachers to prepare our students. All right, then here we are with mathematic results. Our math results for this year, 2024 with 2025, we have had a slight increase, excuse me, of 0.4%. The district remained stable with small increase in student meeting and exceeding their performance standards. Again, we're going to look at them by student group programs. And our English learners, we saw an increase here for our English learners. I can't see from this far. 1.3% of our English learners have increased in mathematics. Something that I didn't share with our English learners is that if a student has been here 12 months in the United States, they're exempt from taking the ELA exam if they've been here 12 months or less. Mathematics they can take. And so that's why the N number for English learners who took the mathematics is much higher than the ELA. So I just wanted to make that note. Our students who are socially economically disadvantaged also showed improvement of 1.49. Notable progress is the level of 4 increased and level of 1 decreased slightly, showing early signs that intervention and tier 1 improvements may be positively impacting our outcomes, not our income. Our students experiencing homelessness, again, unfortunately, we see a decline of negative 13.8%. And as I shared what the impact of that was from year 2024 to year 2025, our N number changed significantly. So students with disabilities, look at that, an increase of 4.24%. So strong improvement with more students moving from level 1 and 2 into levels 3 and 4. Indicate that the targeted supports and small group instruction and IEP alignment interventions are making a measurable difference in mathematics. And foster youth, we did not have a significant amount of students to generate any data. I mean, this year, just to give you an example, we have a total of like about 6 students district-wide. So we don't have enough students to generate any of that data. So our students with disabilities and students with economically disadvantaged show encouraging improvement, suggesting some positive effects from our intervention systems. English language learners continue to require significant math language scaffolding, especially in problem solving and academic vocabulary. And then our homeless. They continue to be a major risk factor with performance dropping significantly and increased identification and mobility, which also play a role in being able to meet their needs. So we are looking at now our results for mathematics by ethnicity groups. So our American Indian, and Alaskan Indian, we saw an increase of that subgroup. Slight, but still an increase, 0.4% from 2024 to 2025. We also see that our Asian students increased by 8% points. That's pretty high. Is it 0.8? Can't see from here. Okay. This group showed one of the strongest gains with a growth in level 3 and then level 4. And nearly 40% scored at level 4, indicating high achievement. And again, we see our African American group with a decline of 40%. Again, showing that we really need to dig a little deeper into who these students are. And I pulled that data, and that's what we're looking at right now. The 13 students from last year.
That's a 0, right?
Yes, sir. Again, coming back to the statistically difference in a small group size that swings our data one way or another with 2 students who may have not even taken the test. So we're going to look at not only who they are, but if they were present, if they even have test scores, because that's one of the questions that I have. How many students were present on the day of the test?
I think if you take the former slide, and we're talking about the rise in the student with disabilities, there was a jump of about 35 or something students in the number from 24 to 25. So the question I have is, we said, we pat ourselves in the back, say, oh, we have this improvement, so that shows that our pipeline, that what we do is working. The problem I have with the number is that if we are talking about the same student that existed that got recategorized with an IEP as disabled student, then we have a point of comparison. If it's 30 students that come from somewhere else that just joined the district now, we might totally skew the numbers saying, hey, our intervention program works, when we actually brought students that were good, that were better at passing the test. And we don't see, what I'd like to see, it's more students that we tested in 24 against the same student that we tested in 25. So that tells me that student A in 24 was scoring X, and the student A in 25 was scoring Y, and then we can compare the number. When we look at those numbers as a whole, it doesn't tell me anything, because the origin of the numbers can be totally different. So you're comparing apple and orange.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's that's why looking at a cohort model, and that's what, when Dr. Pendleton is meeting with each principal to dig into the data more, that's where they can look at the cohorts to see, like they kind of alluded to earlier, here are our 3rd graders from 24, and those are the 4th graders at 25, and then you can look individually at the students to see, are we making progress? Are they growing, each of them? We still have to look at the totality, because that's how it's going to be presented, But then once we see the totality, then we have to look deeper to see the individual students and to assess whether or not we're actually seeing measurable growth from students from one year to the next. So you're absolutely right, and I think that they recognize that and are digging into that now, especially with their teams. It's really helpful. I know we don't get individualized results on an itemized basis. We do get composite results, but then what the teachers have to do and what the leadership teams have to do and the grade level teams have to do is they look at, here are composite results for how our students did. Now we can look at some of our leading measures like iReady or STAR. We can see itemized for those, and we can see, is this student on track now to make progress and growth? And then we have to compare that to how they do at the test. So it is very complicated. It's just what you're seeing is the larger global level, high level numbers that we're going to see on a dashboard, for example. And the task of the Ed Services Department and the leadership teams is to identify at the student level and grade level where we're seeing that kind of progress. So they are doing that.
So let me share this, that our assessment data can be seen in two ways: assessment for learning and assessment of the learning. So when we look at it globally, we want to be able to look at it from for the learning. So when we look at it at a micro level at the school site and by student group or by school site, it's of the learning because it teaches us something about our systems. It teaches us what we're doing that's aligned or not aligned. So from the student perspective, it also helps teachers change and modify the curriculum that they're presenting it and to what rigor they're doing it. So it has to, our results as a district should cause something to change in our system from year to year based on our results. And that's why looking at it at this macro level, it allows us to see certain things. So data, I love data, but data has its purpose. It has to have a purpose. And so for me, looking at it at this level, it should be speaking to like, how are we doing as a district? How are we servicing students who are in our student groups and students who are in individual ethnic groups? Because on the dashboard, that's how we'll be that's how the public sees Bonsall Unified. When you look at the dashboard, it dials it down. It gives us a grade of green through red, right? For each of our student groups, for each of our ethnicities. And so that's why I wanted it presented in this way. But rest assured that when we start looking at systems at school level, we are digging down at a micro level because really each school services a different type of school community. And it's really about modifying what we need, the needs of that school community based on their testing results.
So, so example, on the other one, you're saying that, for example, the one that had 0 people, you're saying that it's possible that it said there were 13, students, that maybe half of them didn't show up, or you're saying that they didn't take the test, or is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Or did all 13 of those people take the test?
I don't know. Right now, what we did.
So we don't know what percentage, what the number of people who, we only know that those numbers up there don't necessarily reflect the number of people that took the test. They're just the number of people that fit into that category.
There are African American students, grades 3 through 8 and 11. That's our end.
No, what I'm saying is in general, when you're showing us those tests, those percentages, and you put the N number up there, is that the number of people who took the test?
Yes.
Or is that the number of people who fit in the category?
That's the number of people who took the test.
So we had 13 people who took the test on that particular one.
Correct. Correct.
The slide before, I noticed that from 24 to 25, our homeless went from 29, I think, to 81.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's not just a little jump.
No, and I explained that.
Yeah, they changed the classifier or whatever.
The screener, we changed our screener from 24 to 25, so those students were always here. It just, we didn't have, we are screening them different to be able to service them. Now the data truly reflects the students that were here all along.
Can I make?
It's two different groups. They're apples and oranges.
Yeah, can I make another comment too? Because I understand this test is not given every year to every grade.
No.
Right. So when you say 2024 to 2025, it's actually a total different group of students,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So the fact that it improved or didn't improve kind of really doesn't mean a whole lot because it's a whole different set of students that took that test.
So yes, it does. You're right, correct, in that for individual student or for grade level. But what we're looking at is how are we servicing for that particular year, our students grades 3 through 8 and 11. What instructional programming are we offering our kids from year to year? What's the quality, the rigor, the vigor of our programming that the test is indicating from grades 3 through 8 and 11? So from that perspective, we're judging ourselves as programmers, right? What are we offering our kids? And so then we need to look at it and splice the dice and dice the data by micro level. So we do look at cohorts, the advancement of cohorts. Now, I don't mean to throw a monkey wrench into all of this, but this is the first year that we have science results on our dashboard. And science is unique in the sense that we only test 5th, 8th, and 11th graders. So keep that in mind when you look at our data. And they're not the same from year to year. And unfortunately, the state looks at our data in that way. So here we go. So we saw an increase of 0.7%, in our overall. And look at this, 0 in our English language learners from last year to this year. And the N number didn't change too much, but again, science has very technical language. And as you
that's not unexpected. I mean, if you're an English learner, taking a science test is going to be challenging, right?
Correct.
Because it's not normal vocabulary that you're testing.
Correct.
On. So that really doesn't tell me anything.
I've been in the US for 25 years. And I'm a smart, educated person. If you give me a test on a very specific part of the English language that I've never been exposed to, I'm gonna fail. Just because I don't know the technical lingo of that specific area. So it's not a surprise.
Yep, I would agree with you all. We did see an increase with our socially economically disadvantaged students of 1.8%, a slight improvement, more students moving into level 3 than 4, and fewer in scoring in level 1. And then students experiencing homelessness, we saw a decrease of 4.2%. Small decline, however, the subgroup size is very small and fluctuations are more pronounced, even on this test. So I wanted to share that. And then lastly, our students with disabilities. Look at that in science, increase of 4.9, trending in the right direction. So a strong improvement, more students reaching a level 3 and 4 with fewer in the performance level number 1. So foster youth didn't report it up there because there was less than 11 students as a threshold. So I have nothing to report for our foster youth. So we're seeing some significant improvements with our students with disabilities and our students who are socially economically disadvantaged. Our EL and our homeless students continue to be our need of focus because of exactly what you've all shared, a focus on language and content support, right? Particularly giving the vocabulary heavy and concept-rich nature of science assessments. But because only 5th and 8th and 11th grades are tested, the data reflects a smaller, more variable sample and shifts from year to year and should be interpreted cautiously. Yeah? Okay.
So you said that they've only been testing on science for how long? This the first year?
Fifth grade.
No, this is how long have we been testing? You said this is the first year, right?
Yeah, we tested in science for 2 years. The first year was a pilot, last year was base, and this year is the comparison year. So it's been 3 years. Yeah. Okay, moving on to our last slide. So this is by ethnicity. And we could see that our results here looks like our science remains stable with a slight increase in student meeting or exceeding standards. So What I wanted to highlight is our Asian students, well, our American Indian students. We are seeing a decrease of 4.3% in this overall identification of our students from the last year to this year. Our Asian, African American, and the first year of 2024 for the Filipino race, there wasn't statistically enough students to record data. But there was in 2025. That's why we see an increase in our Filipino race of, what is it? That strong increase of, can't see from here, Mr. Gaddis, what is that number? That's it, 61, 61.5. I should have listened, Dr. Gali, and used a darker green. I can't see from there. Okay, so and the same thing with our Hispanics. We saw a slight increase, but an increase nonetheless, improvement with more students moving into level 3 and 4 than the prior year. And then our students, 2 or more races, decline of 2.4, and a decline for our white race as well as 7.8%. From the 2024 to the 2025 school year. And so just overall, our science was stable overall. The subgroups outcomes vary very widely due to the small sample size and changing in the cohorts, right, compositions. Filipino, white, and more than 2 races students show stronger performance, while Hispanics students are making gradual gains. Several student groups have insufficient student count for reliable interpretation at this juncture of our district's history. Okay, so this is exciting. We are looking at vertical standard alignment, elementary through secondary. What we're working on, and we've already started last March with the high school science team, but we're looking at alignment of science instruction across TK-12 to ensure continuity of that core discipline ideas, cross-cutting concepts and science and engineering practices, creating a cohesive pathway that supports students as they build conceptual understanding over time. We just started at the high school. We started backwards. We started with our science team up there, looking at, in fact, I like to share this. When we started this work, I actually had the teachers take the test, and because they hadn't done it yet, so they could see from the student perspective what the rigor is. And one of the teachers took out his phone, and I said, "What are you doing?" Because I need to look up the periodic table. I go, "Kids can't do that. We need to kind of, work through it." It was a funny moment, but just that aha for teachers to see how much the kids need to know going into this test, and the integrative part of science being integrated, science 1, 2, and 3. It's all integrated. So one question could have the science standards all blended into one, and that's why we decided to start with science. We also are looking at science lesson studies and collaborative planning with our teachers, giving them time to plan together, to really look at what the pacing looks like from 11th grade down to 6th grade, down to the elementaries. And then the other thing that we also started this year at the high school, we're looking forward to implementing this at the middle school, is starting the implementation of IABs and FIABs for formative assessments. These are tests that are embedded in the platform, the Smarter Balance platform, that mimic the test that students are taking. And their IABs take 6 to 8 standards, while the focus IABs have anywhere from 2 to 3 standards that are being tested in isolation to give students and teachers kind of a rhythm of what this test is like. So we're test piloting that this year, and I'm really excited to see if it has an impact. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's clear that you are passionate about the scores of our students across the district and deep diving into the data, and a lot for us to distill. I want to apologize, my stomach is a little queasy, so I'm very fascinated with the curriculum and the improvements, and and deep diving into the data to make those improvements. So, thank you. Ms. Caroline Brown, facilities information.
3, they're small. Good evening. It's at the hour of 9 o'clock, and so we will whip through this and see how productive we can be. I just did a brief agenda for today. This is a facilities planning update for you, just to follow up and keep the momentum going on our facilities program. We're going to review the district and focus group goals, tell you about the planning activities since we met in October, what our scheduled engagement is, and that's actually going to be at the end. I moved that. I forgot to go back up here. I do a little brief look at our school tours and finance funding, some historical cost escalation from OPSC, some site size guidelines for school sites, and then we'll ask for some discussion and direction. This is our little Alfred. Dr. Gawley and I were talking today. We think we should put multiple heads in there and say this is Alfred and all of his friends. And these are the limitations that we have and that we're working on as we plan the program. The activities that we've done all the focus group meetings that you know about that we did in October. We've done the presentation to all staff on October 31st. The CDE and OPSC representatives visited Sullivan Middle and Bonsall High on October 28th. Additional site tours we took some in September. I've got a couple schools we went to there, and then a couple schools on November 6th, and then the advisory committee reconvened on November 3rd, and then we did a board study session last Friday night. I also wanted to note that I didn't add your student focus group meetings, but I'll need to get those dates. So as you remember, both focus groups recommended that the district move to a TK6 and a 7, 8, 9, 12 model by modifying the campus to accommodate the new grade level configurations and to further separate the middle and high school. And then work to balance the elementary school enrollment and to look at transportation and possible program enhancements to attract students and families to attend Bonsall West. So I just want to remind everybody of those recommendations. And then the next thing is site tours. We visited Superintendent Vinson down at Lemon Grove. She did an excellent tour of the Early Childhood Education Center. It's 16 classrooms with a permanent gymnasium. You see that in the upper right-hand corner. And Larissa is actually sitting in a very small chair right there. And they have different ages and grade levels. Each playground is specific to 2 classrooms. And then they have a modular admin area. So this is for their TK, preschool TK program. And it's a program that services their entire district, so they don't have TK scattered around at their schools. They're a pretty small geographic area, so they can have a centralized location to offer all their TKs. Did any of the tour people want to add anything there? Or I thought the colors were great.
They really brought out the campiness of the Lemons, with their outfits and accessories and all
Yes.
the highlights through the building. And it makes a really big impact, actually, in terms of the kind of the culture as well as just the overall feeling. It's not so industrial.
Yeah.
And, it really enhanced the modulars.
Yeah.
The bright color brings happiness to me,
Mhm.
especially on orange.
Mm-hmm. I think they did a nice job bringing that in. And this is the morning, and so in the afternoon, that same day, we trotted up to Spencer Valley, which is by Julian, and visited Spencer Valley School. It's a cube classroom, prefabricated solution, and they basically get a shell of 100 by 60, 60 by 60, whatever the pre-approved modular components are, and they deliver it and they erect it on site and then do the tenant improvements on the inside. So that's our very large group of tours. It was like herding cats, trying to get these folks to move from one place to another. And then in the upper right corner is a classroom, really bright oranges. Another one had really bright greens, very large classrooms. This is an elementary school. Lower left is just how they arrange the admin office for entrance, and then you have interior corridors for circulation. And then they had a full service kitchen in the lower right corner there. And then we went up to Corona Del Mar, which is a high school that is an older high school. It was generally, I think, built in the 60s, and they put the 7-8 on the same campus as the high school. It's built for 2,200 students, and they then went through an effort to spend some bond funds to further separate the 7-8s from the 9-12s. So they have some collaboration areas like the gym and the cafeteria and the fields and the aquatic center, some joint use with the city. It's a 31-acre site, so they've done a lot of they've got a lot of land around to do some things with. The 3-story building sort of in the back of the campus was for the 7-8. They call it an enclave because it is quite separated from the high school students. They have separate entrances and parking, and they recognize that the school was built for 2,200 students, and they just needed to consolidate a little bit, move things around, and add some buildings. They have, while they share a cafeteria and a gym, they had a lot of Uber Eats and other dining options for all grade levels. And they had a centralized socialization court for the high school in the center, and then both the high school and the middle school have individual identities. So that was the morning. And then in the afternoon, we went up to Fullerton, saw Nicholas Middle School. It's another cube installation, but it wasn't a classroom. It was a gymnasium for a middle school. And in the upper left-hand corner, you can see that they took the left-hand side or the right-hand side, whichever way you're looking, of the gymnasium and made a stage. And then the right-hand picture shows the opposite side of the stage where there was an outside auditorium stage area for performances for outside. It's not finished. It's going to be occupied pretty soon, and they seem to be pretty happy with it. The guy who showed it to us thought the gray was a little boring, but I'm sure when we get kids in there, it'll be fine. Did any of the tour people have any other comments on those? I've kind of flipped through.
This is the one that was $1,000 a square foot, right?
Yeah, it probably is their options to do the changes, the stage. They downgraded, I think, the flooring, but they do have full sets of bleachers going in on the one side. And they did quite a bit of site work to get that concrete, that whole amphitheater stage area.
That's pretty cool because it's indoor-outdoor, so you're looking at the indoor version and the outdoor versions for those who weren't up.
Yeah.
So the flooring instead of being hardwood is fine.
So the door opens and then that's what the air.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's those roll-up doors in the back of the stage, so you can get all your props and everything up there for the stage and performances and things. So it was quite well done. So that's another cube one. That's one where the steel is fabricated off-site. They deliver it in a kit of parts, and it gets assembled on site, and then you do your tenant improvements.
And was it their facilities director? I mean, he was just gushing about how much he likes that cube format, right? Who was it that was?
That was the actual brainchild behind the concept.
He was the owner.
Yeah. He was a prior facilities director for a number of school districts, and then was trying to come up with a solution that people could procure and install at a steel level, at a good construction level, and at a timing accelerated.
We saw from the other company, Silver Creek, that was modular. Was that like $650 a square foot?
Yeah, that was 2000. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. Different year. I think different years. I'm going to go into some escalation here in a minute, and so you'll see that when you apply the escalation over the years that have passed since then, you're going to be still sitting at between $900 and $1,100 a square foot. So moving back into funding and finance, just a reminder of the funding that we have on hand. This is what we shared with you as of October 31st. So about $10.8 million in the various funds. Some are more restricted than others. And then the cash projections we shared last time, and We just need to continue discussing how we're going to fund facilities, maybe explore some partnerships and some other options where we can use the district assets for the greater good, and use the current funding to work towards the objective. And if we engage and spend some money and identify projects that are qualifying for state funding, we can start the churn of entering into the applications of state funding and start that reimbursement process coming back. And then there's also, in regards to developer fees and CFDs, there's an action item regarding a special tax consultant coming up on the agenda. And this firm is local and uniquely qualified and has experience with JPA formations and CFD formations for school districts and water district partnerships. They don't necessarily come in the same package with the same vendor. And so then we have state funding. This is just an example of stepping through how we might identify a project that is state eligible for refund, procure architectural services for it, determine whether or not we want to participate in the hardship programs with the state. And then once we have a design, we can seek approvals from the agencies and then go to bid and build the project and show people an effort towards the goal and the end goal of what we want to do. And maybe that can help us lead to maybe getting some more local funding or some partnerships. So then the next slide is a historical escalation. So we have OPSC gives us these numbers. We have RS means is what they guided against. In 2021, the escalation was 1.42, and then it jumped to 15.8, and it has not gone back to that original N number. So over the 5-year average of escalation, it's about 5.14%. So when we're creating cost estimates with cost estimates now, I would say we'd probably want to use that escalation figure annually going out. And then for the CDE site size guidelines, this has been a conversation that's been kind of batted around, like how many acres do we need for an X, Y, and Z school site? So as we're moving towards maybe equalizing our TK6 boundary to maybe we would have 900 students in one elementary and 600 students in the other, the larger elementary would be 14.3 acres needed, and then the 600 would be 9.1. And this is based on physical education space, buildings and grounds, and parking and roads, and the acreage that you need to deliver those programs to those age groups that we have there. And then in the second box, it's 7th and 8th. If we size the 7th and 8th at 425, it comes out to about 19.2. You see that the physical education program is taking up quite a few acres. And then the 912, if they're loaded at 550, say, they're going to need about 23 acres. If we load a campus 7-8 to 912, there's some efficiency there where some of those, if we do some sharing of the gym or the cafeteria or some of the larger areas, then we could, we wouldn't need that many acres to do a school of 1,000. So then we have our engagement coming up. You've seen these slides before. We are confirmed for December 3rd to have Terry Tao come and talk to us about public-private partnerships and any CEQA questions we might have in regards to land use that we have. And January 7th, we can go into state funding more if we want, if that's what the need is. Maybe have Adam come talk about financing and some local funding. And then February 3rd is confirmed for cost estimating, construction, market conditions, and delivery methods. So those are on the books. We've got trustee area D on March 16th and C on April 14th. And I'm still trying to, I think E is okay with any of those dates as long as you're okay with all of them on Monday. Okay. And then we'll get the other two as soon as we can. And then for discussion and direction, here's another gymnasium. This is a cube solution. It is the one at San Pasqual High School out in Yuma. And they just opened it recently, I think it was 2022. And they have a stage at the end there that actually slides down from the wall. and comes out, and then they put all the stage things on top of it, and then they slide it back to get their gymnasium back. I've never seen anything like it, so that was kind of interesting, very creative. So then, discussion and direction. Are there any other configurations to explore? What additional feedback can we solicit? Community forums, we have some coming up. Is there any key questions or we can ask to get reactions or any other items? What's your kind of feeling about moving forward?
Do you want us to repeat some of the things that we said on Friday, or are you?
I took those notes, but we just wanted to, well, would it be helpful? Is anyone still online? Okay. Okay. They're texting you.
I mean, there was pretty extensive conversation on Friday.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't feel the need to additionally expound personally. I mean, if there's something that.
Yeah, I think I took the notes. I think Dr. Golly took notes. We'll take those and make sure that we're covering the items that you want. Was there any more thought about any incentive to create programs at Bonsall West and make it so that it was more attractive for people to go there? And then if we get people to go to Bonsall West, then we can maybe absorb the sixth graders here without doing a big build. So we need to really, I think, dive into how we want to move those students over.
We've talked about dual immersion, and then also in the past we've talked about, because there's strong military ties, potential leadership programs or robotics.
Well, I think, can we do like some sort of an investigation and see what, some unique, programs, I mean, really unique programs that are existing? I'm sure we could probably look at different districts and find something that is just spectacular that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not necessarily duplicating something that one of our neighbors has directly.
Right. Okay. And then we need to identify, I feel like we're at the point where we need to identify a small project that we can get started on, whether it's replacing 3 or 4 relos over at Sullivan or something like that. I'm wondering if we should procure an architect to help us identify the priority and identify what that project might be to best meet the needs of the district so that we're not putting a building in the wrong place based on the fluctuation that we're in with grade level, with student attendance.
At the last meeting, Marissa made a good point, is that we need to have an overall plan, because without an overall plan, where do you put this building? Okay, unless it's pretty obvious. But I mean, one of the things of discussion is a 7 through 12. Well, if that's the way we're going to go forward, then that's something we should decide. Or if you say no, we're going to have something different, then that's something that needs to be decided before we start building buildings, I think. Does that make sense?
But then again, do we have some of our modular buildings, do we have some of them that are in just complete disrepair? Do we have like a ranking of like, this building is like a 2 out of 10 or something like that? I mean, are there some that are in really, really dire need of being either replaced or something? I mean,
well, there's quite a few of the buildings at Sullivan Middle that are going to have a birthday next year to qualify for state fundings for modernization. And so I think what we need to do, we know the years of the buildings, we know that we either need to modernize them or replace them. So the question is how are we going to get there? I think we need to get an architect and a designer on board to help us with that. Can we salvage some of them? I mean, I think it was your son the other day. I said, well, that one's only 10 years old. And he's like, oh, it's way worse than 10 years old. So yeah, a facilities
Well, and
assessment
I
would
think that's
probably be good.
I think that's important because, like, for example, when someone's buying a house, right, you get a home inspector. The home inspector goes there, he looks at the water heater. The water heater's 25 years old, and he says, oh, this is well beyond its expected lifespan. Yet it's working efficiently and is never broken, right? So the seller's like, well, I'm not going to do anything. It's been working. It's still, you know, why should I replace something that isn't broken? So I don't think age in and of itself is an indicator of status. I think which buildings, if I went there, would I not want to stay inside? You know, we just need to, I think, designate, you know, a priority list of if there are things coming up that are just so bad, we just can't keep kicking the can. We might need to replace some of these buildings and get them, you know, to a point where they're, you know, they're a good place for our students and our staff to be in.
Yeah, so there was a conversation with OPSC and CDE came to visit as to whether or not these buildings qualify for hardship. And what we would need to do to go after that avenue is to get an architect to do industry specialist reports, which would then give you a condition on each one as to, is it repairable or does it absolutely need to be replaced?
You're answering your own question then, aren't you?
Well, but we
it
talked
needs to
about
come
that.
from the board also. Haven't we done recently, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there an action item to look at, to have architectural firms to be evaluated as we move forward with facilities?
Yes, it's just that I need to know whether we're going to go down the hardship route and do the industry specialist report, which I think is probably a good idea, but you can also go down we want to replace the relos and make permanent buildings and not waste our time on an industry specialist report. Maybe we just want to go in there and make sure that we have 16 buildings replaced and we can put a new building in a new place that's not going to shoot us in the foot next time.
As I say, I personally, I mean, we've talked about, you know, the opportunity for creative financing, you know, or financing beyond typical bond channels. I mean, that was a very clear directive that have come out of some of our community forums. So I think if we don't do that level of discovery, that we are going to put ourselves up for scrutiny for not making a decision that will allow the community potentially not have that additional onus of a taxation through, you know, a future bond. So I personally think that we need to explore the hardship opportunity.
Okay.
Is there any commentary from the board in opposition to that?
It wouldn't be a waste to know what we're up against as far as.
I just think it would be nice to have a list of which buildings are our highest priorities.
Yes.
Right? Which ones can we, I mean, while we're up here going back and forth over time, which ones can we not wait to do? Because there has to be some, I think there's probably some there that probably really, really need to be worked on.
Yeah.
But when you say, oh, yeah, we start building and do this, unless we have the hardship money or we have some money through something we're exploring on December 3rd, we're hoping for bond money.
Well, what I was hoping to do is to maybe take a portion of the money that you have on hand and do something.
Is it too? I mean, we're talking about buildings and building conditions, but we also have land and land evaluation that needs to happen. Are we talking about that yet? Or is that just the elephant in the room that no one wants to bring up publicly?
Well, I think what we want to do is meet with Terry Tao on the 3rd and then talk about what we want to set aside to do that. So if we have 10 million on hand, maybe we can identify a $4 or $6 million project and then maybe set aside $300,000 or $400,000 to do the land evaluation and get a schematic design and do that. Just a thought.
And we also still, I mean, and Roger brought it up, that, you know, I come from the world of measure twice, cut once. So
exactly.
If we need to evaluate the district holistically, understand where our populations are driving, are being generated, we need to look at, there's going to be a very significant impact sooner than later with Ocean Breeze coming in with 400 homes on Lilac.
Absolutely.
That is a huge impact in terms of students that'll be generated from that, and not to mention traffic patterns. So we need to look at, even though there seems to be a general conversational consensus, we haven't taken any formalized vote around the programming of TK6 and 712, we still need to look at what is a bird's eye view of the flow of students to different campuses, and ultimately what is it that we want to have where, and then what is the phasing by which we make that happen. I mean, I brought it up last Friday that, you know, it's just me, I'm only speaking as Larissa, as an individual board member, and, you know, someone who's been, you know, on the sponsor group for a while and understanding land use and understanding very intimately the kind of the growth patterns of our district. But if it were me, I would put a 7 through 12 on that 50-acre parcel that we have that's centralized at GERD in the 76, and I would convert Lilac to a TK6 so that we can then distribute, instead of worrying about how do we take this very large elementary school at Bonsall L and this smaller, more community-minded school that sits in a enclave of geography. You know, if we have an additional elementary school, and that was always the intent if we were to have acquired the Citro property, that would be a third elementary site that we can then distribute our student population for, and then not have necessarily cross-traffic patterns coming from the east overlapping to the west as we're trying to distribute the students to places that make sense. So, I mean, and that again is just my vision, but then and that still requires a, you know, what does it look like to get from where we are now to however long it will take to get the funding necessary to have that vision materialize.
And I think the other question is as I mentioned, you know, the deteriorating condition of our portables on Sullivan and Bonsall High School, is that, you know, if we could find, if we have portables over there that are in dire need of being replaced, I mean, if we replace them, is that still going to even if we change the function of it to, let's say, you know, TK through 7 or whatever it might be, TK through 6, can we still use that same portable? So in other words, if we're replacing it, we're going to use it no matter what use we end up having for that place. But if we can't, in the meantime, let it just deteriorate to the point where it's, you know, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
One of the focus groups came back and said that, and maybe was that Sullivan was not suitable for a elementary school, and it was going to take a large amount of money to try to make it suitable. So I think we need to come up with an overall plan, and whatever that plan is, I mean, you know, you hear, I mean, there was surveys done, and people want a separate middle school and high school, and then you say, well, no, and then we see that there's advantages to a 7 through 12 from programming and synergies and things like that, and we have limited money. And when you're talking about $1,000 a square foot, it doesn't go very far.
Right.
I mean, what do we got? 10 million. You can't spend it all. Well, I guess you could.
Yeah. So
and just as a point of reference, from my understanding, being at a few of the community forums, it seems to me that there was more of a concern from our population, both internally and externally, about disrupting the programming usage of this campus. More so, and they were utilizing that as an oppositional element to lean in and say, well, we don't want to have an elementary school on Lilac, but if it was an and situation as opposed to an or situation, I think that would be a fundamental difference that, you know, we need to explore. So, you know, as we look into bringing some architectural visualization of what it would look like, and we start looking really deep diving into the heat maps and the student generation of these newer communities and what that looks like, that will then provide the data elements that we need in order to make a strategic decision, as not just Larissa saying that this is my vision, because I don't think it's just my vision. I mean, we've gone and we've circulated this conversation for a very long time, with the exception of, I think we have landed and we've looked at some beautiful examples, you know, downtown San Diego and Orange County, at how a well thought out and well designed 7 through 12 campus looks like, where you have separation between the junior and the senior high school secondary students. You know, we have a fundamental issue right now where the Lilac campus was designed to be a middle school, and then the building that was put on that site was designed to be absorbed by that programming for 6th to 8th grade to replace some of these portables. And this was back in 2018 when there was a first bond attempt. I mean, if you look at what we were asking for that bond in 2018 for $58 million, that now is going to cost close to $140+ million to build the same thing. We're in a much, with cost escalation for building, we have a much harder road for us to get that same financing to do what we could have done then. Hindsight being 2020 or 2025 or whatever it is, we now need to take a look at, well, okay, here are our strategic assets. And, here are the big, again, and I diverted, and again, I apologize, I'm not feeling well. Sullivan being a 6 to 8 campus and designed as a 6 to 8 campus, what happens is we've had a historical perception by our community that you walk onto that campus and it serves the middle secondary grades. And then we have a tack-on high school that's in the corner, which is the exact opposite of what we saw when we were in Orange County, where you have a 31-acre site that is designed as a high school, and then there's this beautifully designed enclave that's on the corner that allows people to work their way into the high school. And there's a fundamental psychological shift in terms of how that is developed. And with 17 acres at the Lilac site versus 50 acres at GERD, it doesn't make sense to continue to put more money on a model that's failing based on just the population numbers. And every time we have a failed bond, how that population continues to go down because our population is not feeling that we're, as a community, the secondary education is supported.
So is it a two-prong approach where we get a firm to do the industry specialist report at Sullivan Middle so we know what we're up against over there, and a architecture firm to do to help with a long-term plan for how, and then phase it and how we can step through it?
I think there has to be some decision amongst the board on what the long-term plan is. Because you can make, there's all these plans, right? And it's all based on passing a bond, okay? And what was it, 58 and 38 and whatever the last one was. And none of those passed. So we may have to look at a plan that says how much money can we get from the land on GERD, how much can we get in hardship, and how much do we have from housing coming in, just the
Well, it may be the partnership, the state hardship, eligibility, developer fees, and a bond that's maybe not sized as big, but bring in all the elements to make up the pie.
Is it an architectural firm that we need, though, for that second piece, or is it some sort of other entity, or even do we need to enhance and expand the scope of our community outreach? Because what we were looking at was a very specific idea that we had from, that was nearly consensus, originally from this Bonsall Advisory Committee, for which 2 board members, and not myself, were sitting on, that then became a reevaluated due to logistics and response from the greater community, internally and externally. So maybe we need to bring back some community-minded, people who maybe just as the Bonsall Advisory Committee, and start talking about what does it look like. How do we incorporate all of our assets? Because again, GERD has been a dirty word for a number of reasons. How do we reincorporate a 50-acre parcel that, especially a lot of the newer parents have come back and said, why aren't we doing anything with this? And especially all those, and that's not including the 1,136 new homes that are currently being built between Citro, Ocean Breeze, and the Havens. We have a fundamentally different residential housing landscape than we did in 2018 or 2016, 2018, or in 2024 even.
Yes, so we do have money left on the DLR contract that we could certainly engage in another set of community meetings and then see if we can come up with a feasible plan incorporating those ideas and whatever other ideas people have. And I don't know how much is left on that contract, but we can look at that and we can further extend it because there's some advantage to their knowledge of the district already. So we can use that as a launching ground.
Well, my opinion is, I think we should focus on a 7 through 12 program at the Sullivan High School site. And even though it would be the flagship 7 through 12 program, we could at least spend money to improve the portables that are there or replace portables that are there and make it a site that would work for that program. Continue to look at Bonsall Elementary as a TK through 12 or through 6. And at some point, you know, we should look at the Gerd Road property, maybe even decide on putting these district offices at the Gerd Road site. And that way, this campus could actually be enlarged to accommodate the rising number of students that are on this property.
One of the issues I have is that we had all those committees where we build a plan and we have multiple sessions, we have study sessions, and we arrive and we need a 7 to 12 on looking at the status of our installations, and we need without growing our site number because we don't have the money for that. The only thing that we can have a plan is a TK to 6 on the Sullivan campus, a TK to 6 at Bonsall West, and having a 7 to 12 on this campus. And then we go, I mean, from the get-go, we knew that no matter what we decide, we're gonna get pushed back and people are gonna complain. And we present the idea out and people obviously complain and say, I didn't sign to have my house near a high school. And as soon as we hear people little pushback, we said, all right, the plan that we spent months coming up with, let's walk back away from it. And so even though we knew we were engaging in something that would be arduous, the first time we, you know, Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the nose. Well, we had the plan, we get punched in the nose, and then we back out from it. So now we back at all the efforts we put over the last 6 months to build this plan and stuff like that. We back to it, and now we backed at revisiting the story. So the question is, do we stick to the plan that we come with and try to push it or not?
I think that we have had some forward progress from the exercise. It's probably not as fast for those of us who are excited about the prospect of providing facilities that match the programming that we would like for our student families. But I think that what has come out of it is that at least the programming of TK6 and 712, I think that has pretty much risen to the top of a focus. And that we are still fundamentally, we look at all the slides and whatnot, we still have a very significant hurdle around how to move people across our 88 square miles from Paula to Pendleton that makes sense. And so, you know, again, I think we've actually made some progress, but I think that before we go investing in, again, cutting, measure twice, cut once, and what is the longer term strategic minded plan? Where are we at? Where are we looking at as a community? Because I think we do ourselves a disservice if we're not transparent to our constituents across the entire, you know, all 5 of our trustee areas to say, hey, we have a very viable parcel that makes a lot of sense for this configuration. How can we make it happen so that we are not running against the issues that we've had in the past? What can we do different to actually move the needle and actually meet the needs of our community holistically?
But in the meantime, you know, we're not abandoning the Sullivan campus under any condition. So we have to make sure that the structures there are, you know, are decent. So I mean, no matter what, we've got to take care of business there. So I think that to me, that's an important priority because I walked through there and it looks rough. So I mean, what do we need to do to make that place, you know, a better environment for our students and our staff?
Well, I think we should do industry specialist reports and get structural, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, infrastructure assessments on it. And they'll give you a by building report on red, green, yellow, or red, yellow, green, and then we can.
I think that's what we need, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I agree.
And I think we should maybe commit to using some of the funds we have on hand to improve that campus, because we could actually do that right now.
Well, and if we do commit some of our money to improve that campus and we do it on the buildings that are qualified for modernization, we can start by putting in the application and get that churn happening, so in 3 to 5 years we can get reimbursed.
And can I just add really quickly, because I think it's an important point where there's been some, maybe some misconception in the community too. When the advisory committee arrived at a conclusion in June, that was after exploring the entire context of the district and saying, here's a recommendation. But they hadn't been given yet the opportunity to go into as much detail as the focus groups did this last couple of months. So I just want to remind that that was a recommendation based on the information at hand after grappling with a lot of these issues that we have across the district. Recommendation was forwarded to the board, which did seem to solve a lot of the issues. But then when the focus groups get into it and see the extent of what, and also the response, I think that's when they're recognizing, again, like the measure twice, cut once, recognizing that there's more work to be done because this might not be the solution that's going to actually solve enough of what we need to solve. So I think that that's something that was maybe a communication to the community that needed to be even clearer, that this is an ongoing issue right now, and we haven't arrived at that firm solution yet. So I just wanted to add that.
Do you have enough from us in terms of next steps?
Yes, it sounds to me that we want to do an RFP and go ahead and issue that for industry specialist reports, and that we want to reconvene the BAC under DLR's leadership to go through a master planning process based on our current assets.
Sounds good. Great. Thank you. All right, and it's only 9:40. Sorry. And my tummy is a little, owie. Poor Michael's, he's listening, he's kind of backing away from me, so. All right, we are now officially on our action items. Thank you to everybody for this long meeting. We're doing a lot of great work here, and I know that, you know, there's families and beds and TV shows and books and a lot of other things, but anyway. All right, action item 10.1, the Indian Policies and Procedures waiver for fiscal year 2027. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I think we're trying to
Bringing
get out of
us
here
to action item 10.2. Laura, is this the one that you have a presentation on, or is that?
No, this is
still down?
just two people that get to sign off on stuff.
Okay. This
Heather
is the, I just remember Laura had something, and I see her name on the top of the list, just making sure, because I'm tired. My brain doesn't function after this time, especially when my stomach's upset. All right. Resolution 25-11-01, designating persons to prepare and submit documents pertaining to federal impact aid under PL 874. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.3, entering into a professional service agreement with Copel and Gruber Public Finance for special tax consultant services associated with community facilities district formation and annual administration services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And this brings us then to the Bonsall Unified School District Annual and 5-year developer fee reports for fiscal year 2024-25. And this is the one that Ms. Castro has a very brief presentation on.
It is very brief. It's the annual developer report, and we're talking about Fund 25, which is designated mainly for special activities, primarily for capital outlay to relieve the school overcrowding caused by the developments. So any related costs also associated with that, like fees for studies done for an increase in the fees and all related studies, collection administration, and also for construction or acquisition of facilities. That's was the main purpose of this fund. And the report that we're looking at information is for fiscal year 24-25. The first slide, the second slide right here, is just a historical information. It's a trend for the developer fees collection. And you can see on 21-22, we have 1.8 million. And then how it went down in 22-23 to 820, and a big increase. And this goes, it's associated with the developments that have been happening during those years. Then this past year, the most recent one, we went to 1.3 million in collection for developer fees. I'm just gonna move really quick. Revenues by source. So for this fund, we noticed that in the prior slide is 1.3 million in developer fees collected. So, but the total revenues is not only for that, that's part of that whole pie. So the fees collected, you can see what color, I don't have mine in color, is the biggest portion, which is 82% of the total of the revenue accounted for this fund. And you have the other portions right there, $176,000, that is 11%. That represents the interest that we receive for the money sitting in the county pool. And then some adjustments, entries that we need to do per GASB requirement. That's the $77,000. And then $30,000 lease proceeds. Now that we're leasing, there's another GASB requirement that we had to record. When any lease now is considered a capital lease, and we have to do a record entry that hits the revenue and hits an expense. It's a wash off, but it has to be recorded in the books. So that's not actually a revenue that we receive for leasing. It's just accounting procedure that we have to follow. Then we move forward. So the total revenue for this fund for collected is 1.5, including the fees and the additional other categories that we just went through. And we have fees collected by type of development. So out of the 1.3 million that we looked previously, we have a territory transfer that we received last year that represents the 27.4%. The amount was $356,000. And you remember that negotiation that happened with Fallbrook, both districts, Fallbrook. And then we have commercial is less than 1%. It's a minimum that the amount that we received. And then we have the residential that it was done by the developers is 45.5%. That was $592,000. And then the single family residence, 26.2. That's like individuals, residents of the community that needed to do in addition to their houses, and that's the money that we received from them. That represents 26.2%, but it's $341,000. Then we go to residential by developer. This year, the 24-25, we basically only collected from Tri-Point Homes, $592,000. The rest was for commercial, and then the individuals or residents. We did sign for the document for Heavens. The square footage is listed right there for 24,000. However, we were in crossing years. We already signed the agreement. The board already approved the SKIP program, and the fees were already collected in the prior fiscal year. That's $650,000 or $680,000. So that's the amount that was collected previously for those square footage. The Tri-Point Homes, that's the amount that was collected in 24-25 for that purpose. And then, very close to the end, just a list of the expenses by category. We have bank administration fees. This is U.S. Bank, $1,800. U.S. Bank is the bank that holds and provides the payments for the debt service that we have for the COPs. Then we have professional development services, $105,000. This is for an MGT contract. Then we have legal services. These legal services that we paid out of this fund are related to the territory transfer. It was an agreement between the school districts, and we paid them. Basically, it was a reimbursement for the expenses that they cover in our behalf. Then we have some lease that we pay out of this grant is $39,000, and then in lease assets, also assets that are part of the explanation that I provided previously. And then the COPs, which is the debt service, interest and principal, $556,000 for the COPs are for Bonsall High School and Bonsall Elementary. And the total expenses equals $719,000 for this particular fund. Then the ending fund balance, when we had our beginning balance was 4.9 million. We had the revenues 1.58 million. Then the expenditures, we subtract them, and we get the ending balance at 5.826 million. And that will be it. That's how we close the books for this fund, and that's the balance as June 30th to 2025. Now it's a little bit different because we have other transactions happening.
Thank you for that, and thank you also for providing printouts. I am most definitely missing the side projector screen today, so thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.5. This is the Trace 3 and Icon technical agreements for the replacement of Bonsall West Elementary and Vivian Banks Charter School telecommunications systems.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now, I know, Dr. Galley, this is the one you were going to look into the bids and stuff?
Yes, we did, and this is the Trace 3 and Icon Technical, and I know that it has to do with the fact that we had an enterprise agreement entered into in 2023, but do you want to give any more clarification on that?
Sure. So we selected Icon and Trace 3 back in April of 2023, and we entered into an agreement with them on a 3-year enterprise license. Once Cisco, the way Cisco works is that if the purchase happens between one integrator and it gets registered with Cisco, the license has to stay with that integrator for the duration of the license. If the district would like to move on to a different vendor, they would need to register another vendor with Cisco, and then they would get another set of licenses and another set of complications on top of having one license to maintain and then another versus having them integrated together. So I did talk to Icon. They currently provide an as-needed technical support for the technology team to keep the network up and running. They tap into that monthly. And for this project at Bonsall West and Vivian Banks, he's estimating 100 hours for turnkey solution. And they have further committed to documenting their work step by step and providing an inventory and documentation of once it's complete. And I think if the district leverages the knowledge that Bill has of their equipment and configuration, it would be most efficient going forward. Yeah, and then on the current contract, there's approximately 12 hours left for the ongoing support for the tech team.
When I was looking at the attachments on this agenda item, I noticed there was a list of items that they were going to be purchasing and using for this, and a lot of it stated that it was for Bonsall West, but there wasn't a whole lot stated as what was going to be used at Vivian Banks.
Oh, maybe you didn't get all the attachment because there was 4 documents.
Three
Okay.
attachments.
All right. We can get that for you. Yeah, it's the same items, but just less in number over there. And then if we mobilize them together, then he'll hold the price. But if we take Vivian Banks off, for instance, and remobilize later, that estimate's going to change.
And we already had a motion, a second, and a vote, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's already
Just making
passed.
sure. So we just, a little backwards, sorry, what we normally do. So that's fine. So we're now on action item. Thank you for the clarification, Caroline. We're on action item 10.6, the agreement with Tau Rossini A. Professional Corporation to provide legal services.
Motion to approve.
And these are property law, legal services?
They're going to be the ones that give us the presentation on December 3rd about what's been done in the past, what we might be do in the future.
Oh, okay. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Bringing us to action item 10.7, the service agreement between SDCOE and BUSD for teacher induction.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.8. This is the MOU between BUSD and CSCA for the creation of an occupational therapist position for .4 FTE.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to agenda item 10.9, the master contracts between Bonsall Unified School District and Devereaux Advanced Behavioral Health, Georgia, for the 25-26 school year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.10, the MOU between BUSD and BTA for short-term independent study contracts for days of absence.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Another one between BUSD and BTA for mentors for specialized credential holders.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.13, the Irvine Math Project Sales and Service Agreement
You
between
missed
the
10,
regions.
12. 10, 12.
Oh, sorry, my screen skips. Apologies. Thank you for keeping me on track. This is the MOU between BUSD and BTA for a pilot teacher as facilitator role at Article 18 class size and secondary class preps.
I think it's a good program. I'll motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now bringing us to the Irvine Math Project Sales and Service Agreement between the Regions of California and Bonsall Unified School District.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.14, the agreement between K-12 Strong Workforce Data Sharing MOU and Bonsall Unified School District.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.15. This is proposal number 251028908 from Firehawk Fire and Safety to install a new fire suppression system in the kitchen at Bonsall West Elementary.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.16. This is the contract agreement with North County Pizza for fresh, ready-to-serve pizza delivery.
I would get kicked out of here if I didn't allow pizza on here, so motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.17, the fresh produce piggyback agreement with Sunrise Produce.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 10.18. This is the one that we added to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. This will be, the description is the appointee to this position will, this is the provisional appointment process for the anticipated vacancy in trustee area A. The appointee to this position will serve until the next general election scheduled for November 2026. And the superintendent recommends approval of the provisional appointment process and timeline to fill the anticipated vacancy in trustee area A. Do we have any discussion about this item?
Well, I'm pretty familiar with this particular process. I was actually one of the recipients of the appointment process many years ago. So I think the process worked then, I think it'll work now, so I'm fully in favor of it.
Do we have any commentary about this?
Well, the comment is that I will be resigning for the board. My wife's job is transferring out of state, and my home is where my wife is. My kids will still reside in Oceanside in our family home, so we do reverse empty nesting, where the parents leave before the kids. They still go to college locally, and we're just taking a next step in our life. So I thoroughly enjoy being part of this board. I'll be missing it. the timing might be a bit inopportune looking at all the challenges that we're facing and big decision that needs to be made, but opportunities come knocking without warning, and it was something that we couldn't really deny. My wife made a lot of sacrifice for me to be able to pursue my career, and it's a time to return the favor. So I can work from anywhere in the country right now, so that's what I'm doing. So I'll be missing this board. I wish you all the best. So thank you.
We will be missing. We will be missing your voice at the dais. You have been an integral member of offering deep analysis and intellectualism, and we appreciate all that you have done to serve our district and look forward to seeing you achieve wonderful new things with your family and your new endeavors. And hopefully you'll continue to stay apprised and offer your expertise as available. We would appreciate that.
I'll definitely use my back channel to provide my comments. And I think I will stay on record for one of the only board member in this county, probably in this entire state or even country, to mention underwear in a board meeting. So I'll stay on the record just for that.
We'll use ChatGPT to verify that as real or fake news. And with that, is there a recommendation to move forward with the process?
Motion to approve it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
And
carries.
I wanted to say too that I was hoping for support when I keep proposing the all-access restrooms for the new projects that we have planned forward. So I'll still be looking for your support as far as public comment to keep me on the top of that.
And this brings us to the public comment portion of our meeting. I think we've heard from every single one of the remaining people in the front row. Is there any additional public comment, Ms. McInerney?
Do you have something to say? You're the only one that hasn't spoken yet.
He wants to go home.
That's right, Chris. Would you like to get up and make a public comment at 9:59 of our meeting? No, you're more than welcome. Anyway, any public comment? No public comment. So that brings us to the planning portion of our meeting, which is to identify the fact that our next meeting will be our December meeting, and our December meeting is also our organizational meeting. That meeting is held, our typical meeting date, which is the second Thursday, which is Thursday, December 11th. And we will be meeting a little bit earlier because it is the organizational meeting, so the organizational meeting will start at 4 o'clock. And as per 10.18, we will be looking at next steps for trustee area A at that meeting as well. And with that, we shall adjourn at 10 p.m. exactly. Thank you all.